Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, February the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith, etc. All right, guys. Well, the market just got wrecked for a while anyway with with the data that came out at 8:30, and so there were a lot of things that I was watching in the pre-market just basically fell. So what is happening otherwise? Let's see if this CSIO is still holding in there. Yeah, though this shouldn't really be that affected by the market. CSIO, what they did is a lot like what Tenon did yesterday, TNON. They basically canceled a financing. So the stock popped, just like Tenon did yesterday, but has completely dropped now. It's a little bit above the open, yesterday's close, but well, that was the initial excitement for this one, CISO. Roku is an earnings play, but it's getting hit by the market. There's a nice gap up on earnings, released earnings after hours yesterday. It got up to $77, settled down around 71, looked pretty good this morning, and then those numbers came out. Or the economic data hit the market right at 8:30, and this is what's happening. So we're in for definitely a rocky open. INZI, well, there's some positive data. INZI. And kind of holding. I mean, it was up 3 down to 279, low float. Actually, yeah, it's a low float, 24 million, not crazy low. And up 31% in phase 1/2 data, positive data, but it is only phase 1 or 2, 1/2. Not shortable for me though at Interactive Brokers. I thought about shorting this one. But the spread kind of shied me away from it. FRHC, yeah, it's still like 73.06, 73.70. At one point, I think it was over $1, the spread when I was looking at it. So they have acquired a company, trading higher after the company announced it agreed to acquire Maxim Group. So that is not typical. The acquiring company usually does not do something like this, but the shareholders initially, anyway, reacted positively. Only 17 million in the float for at one point an $80 stock. That is very, very low for that price. Excuse me, of stock. QS is an earnings play. QS. Let's see if it got hit even harder. It was an earnings play. Actually, it hasn't been not following the market right now, but QS QuantumScape is an earnings play, gapping down. Paramount, PARA, another earnings play, gapping down a bit. Actually, it's at a critical level right here. 2285 is the 200-day moving average, so it's sitting right on it. The low yesterday was 2265. If it takes out 2265, the next low is 2170-ish. So would have some room to run down. This is an earnings play, PARA. EBS. EBS has it been wrecked by the market? Not wrecked, but trading higher after the company announced the FDA voted in favor of the benefit risk profile, etc. Now that's the advisory. That's the advisory committee. So this is, William knows more about this stuff. I mean, I think that, yeah, the FDA advisory committee. So it's not 100% the FDA. It's that will approve it, but I think William would say that if it passes the FDA advisory committee, it'd be more than likely it will get FDA approval. Genius. Well, I don't know what to say about it. GNS. Well, it popped up after a little bit after hours. It did release some news after hours, regarding releases, lifelong learning prospectus, etc. Okay, so I guess that caused the stock to pop up. It kept moving higher this morning, but then yeah, share consolidation or reverse split. Interesting they would even think about a reverse split with the price being this high. But anyway, so that kind of put a damper on that one. That was moving higher, 767, all the way down to 611. It has popped back up a little bit. Twilio, TWLO, earnings play. Again, got hit by the market. You can just see the reaction. A lot of these stocks were nicely up, kind of holding. This is an earnings play. Nice gap up after hours, maintained pre-market. 8:30 well, this was actually 8 o'clock. This was 8 o'clock. I don't know the market was already starting to make its way down ahead of those 8:30 economic numbers. But anyway, a lot of these charts are going to look like this. Shopify just getting kicked. Yeah, Shopify down 12%, earnings play. Trading lower despite better than expected Q4 results. And the company also guided revenue growth in the high teen. I don't know what analysts were expecting, but they did release after hours. The initial reaction was a quick pop up to 57. TALS. Is this an earnings play? I don't think this is an earnings play. TALS. Yeah, 10% on restructuring, up 10% on restructuring plan to pursue strategic alternatives, which means they might want to be putting themselves up for sale. Low float, 19 million in the float. And TOST, I gotta say it, TOST is toast right now. Look at this drop, 27 down to 21. This is an earnings play, TOST. Plunges in wider than expected Q4 loss. This is a real cheap one I saw. This is under $1. Don't know what it's doing right now. Nexi, NEXI. Yeah, up 70%, trading higher after the company announced. So some kind of positive data that they're announcing. Okay. If you're talking about the news feed like this that I'm popping up, no, this is from Interactive Brokers. So if you have Interactive Brokers, I think they've got one of the better news feeds that's included in their platform. We do have news here, but it's not. The news is okay. Why I like it, I mean, you will see most of the pre-market news, but also it'll show you news going back, well, quite a while. That's why I like it. But if I'm looking for something that's really more up to date, I use my Interactive Brokers. All right, let's see if anything else is I do see Sober, yeah, SOBR. I think they had a little bit more news, but again, I saw this one early. This has nothing to do with what the market did. This popped up to 325 and then gets right back down to 274. I mean, these are wide swings. And they did have some news, gains entry to manufacturing market with GM awarded customer. No, so they actually do mention the name, BGM Electronic Services. Okay. A lot of times you see these press releases and they have these unnamed companies that they're working with, but at least they did mention that name. All right, 9:10. See, I'm going to do a quick look to see if the analysts of or briefing.com has delivered my upgrades and downgrades. TS is another earnings play, guys. Whoa, no kidding, a drop. I know it was up. I know it was weakening, but look at this. Yeah, look at this drop now, underneath a dollar. They could not take it. So what is it? How much? $1.56, way under the financing price. You know, about a dollar right now. They could not keep it up in this area. They couldn't do a financing when it was up in this area around 3. Oh boy, that's a massive drop underneath that financing price on a percentage basis. All right, let me see if there's any interesting upgrades or downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Assuming it's hit my email. There it is. Well, sort of interesting. There's not quite, I don't, there are not more upgrades and downgrades, but the upgrade list is, it's close. I haven't seen that for a while. So let me get a few of them in here. This is from briefing.com. See, FSLY is another upgrade. A couple of upgrades for SGen. I don't know if SGen is a earnings play today, but there's a couple of upgrades for SGEN. Somebody's upgrading IREN Wainwright. A couple more upgrades for FSLY. I see two more upgrades. Okay, I will get the downgrades in. I'm hearing shop over and over and over again. That means it's moving down. ASAN also weak. All right, just a few more downgrades to go. I don't see any multiple downgrades. I see some multiple upgrades for that FSLY, but I don't see multiple downgrades. In other words, the same symbol, same stock being downgraded by multiple firms. I don't see that today anyway. I mean, that's not out there, but not from briefing.com. Well, I remember when Fetch was much higher. FTCH, is this an earnings play? Nope, not an earnings play, just kind of moving down with the market. Was positive, a little bit positive in the pre-market, but like a lot of things, just moving down with what the market's doing. Well, okay, this has some resiliency, guys. The ZY has got some resiliency through the 200-day moving average. So this is not being affected by the market. This is trading really on its own. And when you look left, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, yeah, it's above that now. So the next high looking left is 393 for INZY. So yeah, it's got some move. It's got some room. It could move because of the room. And this is, relatively low float, 24 million, certainly a low float. Not crazy low, but it is a low float. Well, the interesting thing will be, can it hold three? And certainly can it keep over that 200-day moving average? Boy, Shop is just getting thumped here, guys. Yeah, this is text to voice, so I keep hearing her say Shop over and over again on this gap down alert window that I got in the pre-market. What's the next low looking left on the daily chart is 44.34. So, you're looking about $1.50 or so away from that low on the daily chart for Shop, SHOP. Boy, this is looking pretty good, this INZY. Boy, the longer it holds over three. Hey guys, let's take a quick look at the indexes. I'm sure they're major ETF, or whoops, not external linking. The major sectors, I'm sure we're going to see everything is negative. Okay, so obviously with the market, excuse me, gapping down. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is the energy sector. XLE is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 80% red, that means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So that's why you see virtually every sector, there's not one positive sector. And some are more negative than others. Technology, 92%, 100% of the, excuse me, of the communication stocks that make up XLC are down from yesterday's close. But equally as important, let's take a look. How are they with respect to the 200-day moving averages? So there's XLE. There's the that green line you see here is the 200-day moving average, so it's still well above it. Retail XRT. Still, in fact, I had a great day yesterday. Great day yesterday. Still above it. XLP. This is the only one that was below the 200-day moving average of the nine, excuse me, the nine major sectors. And you can see it just sitting on it. It's just kind of sitting on that 200-day. Okay, it's been hovering around that for a couple of weeks now. Healthcare, XLV. XLV was the one that was, yeah, just kind of just perched above it, but still above it. Industrials, XLI, well above the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. And another one well above the 200-day moving average. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, XLY. The other one that now this could be in peril. No, still, yeah, moving away, moving away. So the only one still, guys, I mean, XLP was sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB. This is going to be above. So again, here's the theme. I mean, virtually every sector, every major sector is above the 200-day moving average. Not typically the sign of a bear market. XLC, communications, still above it, and then technology, XLK. So even though in the pre-market all these sectors are down, but look at technology just running away from that 200-day moving average. INZY, guys, inching its way up. INZY, inching its way up. Ring Central, RNG is an earnings play also. Wow, that's a big gap down for it. Look at this. I mean, again, enthusiasm ahead of earnings the last 3 days, bidding it up and up and up over that 200-day moving average, releases earnings today and getting hammered down. The next low looking left is 40.80, which is not that far away. If it can take out 40.80, 38.31 is the next low looking left for RNG. RNG continuing to move down. Roku's having a bit of a resurgence, guys, going against the market now. ROKU. It kind of got wrecked a little bit because of the market. But again, earnings play, big gap up after hours, excuse me, holding in the pre-market. And then, of course, all those financial economic numbers came out, but hit. But look, nice bounce off that low, 66. It is an earnings play, so this will be, of course, active all day. INZY, guys, continues to move here. INZY. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is around $4. Is Roku a Wedbush? Is it? Yeah, I mean, raised to $80 from 75 by Wedbush. Okay. What are we now? 69? Okay. And others benchmark, sorry, up to 89 from 63 by benchmark. A lot of these firms are piling in. Loop Capital, they have a $75 price target. Continuing, guys, INZY, continuing to move higher here. Tech is also an earnings play. Big company out of Canada, Tech Resources. Tech is an earnings play, also TECK. Big gap up, guys. Look at this. I mean, the next high looking left is what, 48.94 or so? 48.67 is the next high looking left, and that's that one day that spiked up. You know what? I don't think that's true. I think this was the day that this is the NASDAQ saw? Yeah, I think this is the day that the markets went crazy, or NASDAQ had that problem at the open. So I don't think that spike up is correct. Somebody could check, but that is January 24th. So I'm pretty sure that accounts for that big spike up. But still, look at this gap up here. I mean, this is really, and you know what? This is probably very close to a lifetime high. Because unfortunately, I think, we're looking at 91% position in lifetime range, but it's probably taking into account this spike high here, which is not true. So tech is certainly one I'd be watching. It is not falling with the market really. Tech being TECK. Now, of course, we could have this could turn into my favorite day where the market gaps down and then has a recovery at some point during the day, which helps stocks that are beaten up through no real fault of their own, but it's just sort of following the market. In other words, they don't have any specific news. It's not an earnings play. They didn't release any news. They're just getting, swept down because of what the market is doing. And so if we get a bounce at all in the market, I'd be keeping an eye on some of the companies that really kind of follow the market. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I don't know if William's in. He hasn't told me that the market's opening in less than a minute, but it's opening in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. And right off the bat, we've got something in the 10-day daily breakdown, TOST. If this were a lifetime low, I may have taken it, but again, it's just a little too early for me to hop in anything. Boy, INZY guys, INZY, just absolutely exploding here. Look at that relative volume. This does not trade very much. Twilio guys, Twilio recovering. I mean, it's still very positive, but it's recovering after the downturn with the market. It's an earnings play, TWLO. Tech guys, I just mentioned tech, TECK on the move here. Maybe if it takes out the pre-market high, 45.53, I'm going to stick an alert there. Roku guys, excuse me. Okay, there's tech now. It's a little early, but there it is. It's trying to take out the pre-market high. Yeah, Roku. So through the 200-day moving average also, I'm not sure I mentioned that. Roku through the 200-day moving average, ROKU. Pre-market high was about 72. Twilio continues to move, TWLO. It's approaching its pre-market high also. CYH is an earnings play. Didn't love it. Well, CYH, let's take a look at it. It is an earnings play. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Now, breakouts probably would work better without the market being down so much. So this FRHC is moving higher again. CVE just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play, energy play. This is a big Synovus. I mean, but they made that name change years ago. I don't know. To me, it looks like there's fairly good support right around the area it's at, 1778. I mean, if we can get through, say, 1760, it might have a chance of going down further. But to me, there just looks like there's too much support not that far away for the CVE. Yeah, here's a super cheap one. APLT, sorry. So they did have some news. It popped all the way up to $1.40, came all the way back down under $1. So this is, really tough to trade. Yeah, this one had some news this morning. NTRA should have mentioned this one. I think the volume was very light or something, but yeah, because look at this, 242,000 shares, and it's traded 244. So there was only about a couple thousand in the pre-market. So I think that was the reason. But NTRA, boy, it's a choppy looking daily chart. But let's see, the high, it's taken out those recent highs. I guess if you look at the weekly chart, 5097 is the next high. 5097 is the next high for NTRA. But it's pretty whippy. AQN guys on the move. AQN. Wow. Now, if this can somehow, no, I remember this one, Algonquin. Okay, so if this can somehow, Cisco guys, Cisco is an earnings play. I didn't mention this one, CSCO. This is an earnings play. That's a nice move now for that float. Silver, sorry guys. SVC. Oh, SVC. This is an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. This is a buyout. To be. Okay. So it's to be acquired. Deal expected to close the company's main shareholders and service properties. Okay. So that's the reason for the SVC pop here. Well, again, I know I always run the risk of something continuing down without me, but I just been very reluctant to take anything in the first 15 minutes. But obviously, in this particular case, this would have worked. Toast right at 9:30 TOST, the short alert at 2062, and it got down to over $1 gap down. But here's CVE as an example. 1802. Well, I guess wow, it did get down to 762, but it immediately popped right back up. And MM, yeah, Jamie in our YouTube room. So MM, whoa, why did I miss that? Why did I miss that one? Oh my goodness. That is from the 10-day daily breakout, 256 on the alert. Whoa, not really a low float either. I mean, 36 million. I mean, that's low, but it's not. What a move. Initial data, ongoing phase one. Boy, phase one. This is shortable, and it just got halted. AMAM just got halted. Man, I did not see this one. Now look at the room it's got. I mean, the high over here is 453, I think. Well, I don't think, I know, but in the next high looking left, so 346, so it's right at that high. Well, the first halt's usually good, Art. So this is not written in stone, but 348, 349. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. I always have to say that because people say, hey, where's that blue window? Where are you getting that in trade ideas? But there's so there's no way it's going to open at 348, 349. It's halted there. So, but if you're in this one right now, usually the first halt is good. Usually it'll pop above the halt price when it opens, usually. All right, GNS on the move here, guys. GNS is on the move. Hexo, I don't know what happened here. I really don't know what happened here. Oh, guys, FSLY, FSLY. Shoot, I'm a little late. FSLY, more multiple upgrades this morning. I may have taken this one. I know it's not quite 9:45, but see if it has any sort of a pullback. There's the alert at 1433, 1447, 57 right now. There's the pre-market high. Now, it could pull back, of course. Ah, man, look at this go. FSLY. Tals, guys, TALS, TALS. This was active in the pre-market. Boy, it's got the room. Look at this. It's got the room. Look, the next high looking left is, 224, 220. So it's not as much room as I thought. MGNI, excuse me, guys. MGNI, what is this? Next high looking left is 1372. That's on the weekly chart. Too close for me, but this is having a nice couple of days. It is not caring what the market's doing. Just trying to see if there's any specific news. RNG. Wow, I mentioned this one in the pre. Look at this drop, 42 down to 37. Oof. Mentioned this one in the pre-market. Earnings play. Now maybe coming into support, but this is really getting hit hard. All right, AMAM opened. It was a slightly over a 5-minute halt. So there you go. So it got halted at 348. If you took this trade, if you were lucky enough to get in this, be very cautious now because it did resume over the halt price, even though it says the resume. Well, maybe it resumed there, but it did pop up a little bit. Now, sometimes what I'll do, I'm just watching this now, 3:37 a.m. a.m. Ooh, you idiot. Just a minute. Oh boy, talk about being distracted. I was pouring my coffee and I was watching AM AM and I just poured it all over myself. I overflowed my mug. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Well, just goes to show what I know. Look at this CYH, guys. I backed off it because I thought there might be too much resistance. 685 now. The alert came at 640 is what I'm talking about. Look at that alert for AM AM at 256 up to 376. Pulling back now. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert at the 348 price alert at the 348 price. That's where it got halted earlier, and see if it takes it out again. Too late. Missing the boat here, guys. OGN, I don't know if this is an earnings play. OGN showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 26.74. There, it got down to 26.35 or 28. OGN. These are quick hitters. What's the spread like on that one? Yeah, not terrible. I mean, it's 5 cents, 6 cent spread. Oof, this is another. I mean, look at the action on some of these. So XP is an earnings play. Look what it did. It got all the way up to 1680, in the pre-market, collapsed. And this is before the market. This is before the 8:30 news, okay? And now just tumbling down here. The next low looking left is 1525. Okay, some of these ones that got hit in the pre-market because of the market news are coming back. I'm looking at stocks like Palantir, PLTR. PLTR over 10 again. I mean, this got hit because of the market and now, but over 10 again. Market's, putting in a very modest rally, very modest. Let's see if this candle right here, this 945 15-minute candle, let's see if this can get to be green and at least, and maybe close above that previous green opening candle. And that might give us, a bit of a rally. Meanwhile, shop is continuing down. There is no, well, I see what somebody said, pretty frothy. Yeah, it did have that topping tail, but this is moving down now. Shop and the next low looking left, 44.34, 44.34 on the daily chart. This is one I may have broken my rule on, not taking something in the first 15. You know, it was close enough. I just missed it. 941 had two more upgrades for FSLY. It's not caring what the market's doing, FSLY, but I missed it. And it's just continuing to move higher here. And I mean, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1731. So this is the one, right, that didn't somebody put about a $20 price target on this one? $23. And this was back on this day here. This is 4 days ago, 3 days ago. All right, Paramount's having a bit of a surge here, guys. PARA, another earnings play, got hammered down to 22 something, now up to 23.77. Still down for the day, earnings play, but trying to recover, maybe with the market. Oh, this was shortable for me. I can't believe it. It is shortable, not was shortable. Lots of shares for AMAM. Wow. Wow. 452,000 interactive brokers. Yeah, so JA, if you're listening on YouTube, it's about a 10-second delay. Okay, it's just, and that's just the way it is. YouTube puts that delay, or 8 seconds, something like that. There's about an 8-second delay. You want to come into the main room, there's no delay. Ooh, keep an eye on space, guys. SPCE. This has room. I mean, the next high looking left is, I'm going to have to disable my momentum up. He keeps saying running up, running up, running up, and it's all about FSLY. Oh gosh, it's not 10 minutes. No, no, no. Wow. Even wow on the CYH, this is just I mean, look at these three. These three, CYH, 640, $7 now. AMAM, 256, got up to what? 373. Fastly, FSLY, 1433, 1520. I mean, these have just been awesome. Even on a day where the market is, off big. And what did I say? I said, these would work a lot better if the market was, not so down. Didn't matter. Did not matter at all on those 10-day daily breakouts. And then on the flip side, the OGN, 2674, 2611 now. CVE, I think CVE is the one that did not. Yeah, it was very choppy. And then Toast, let's see what Toast has done. 2062, yeah, 2023. So 5 out of 6 of these have worked incredibly well. Again, these are ideas. Remember, these are ideas. And you can see that AMAM and CYH won a couple of races. FSLY won a couple of races over here. That's why I love earnings season, guys. I mean, look at this stock. I mean, I don't know this stock at all. I mean, I can read about it. I mean, yeah, I can find out what they do. Doesn't really matter. This is a stock that is in probably so few people's radar. But look what happens. They release earnings and they're having their day today. Unfortunately, their day today is a horrible day. But that's the whole thing about earnings plays. I don't care about the big guys. I love these more obscure ones. Here's another little one, guys. Okay, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, sorry, guys. EOSE. So what is this? 78 million in the float. See any news on this one? It's not an earnings play. INZY, best thing we can say about it is that it's holding three and it's still above that 200-day moving average. They did pop up to 339 earlier. So that's about the best thing we can say about it right now is that it's holding three. It hasn't utterly collapsed. It's a low float, 24 million. Okay, let's take a look at RBLX from yesterday. Roblox earnings play yesterday. This could turn into a second day continuation. Really flattened out for most of the day. Even the pre-market, after hours, even this pre-market just kind of flattened right out. What sort of room does it have? High got up to 46. Yeah, there might be too much resistance in this area, so I might have to take a pass. Okay, well, this market is not rebounding yet. Okay, thought maybe we get a couple of green candles in a row in the 15s, but we're not. And now we're starting to sink a little bit more. So bounces are probably not going to work very well right now anyway. Wow, look at this one, ADXN. I mean, they're really, some of these look really nice on a weekly chart. ADXN, the next high looking left is 195, so it's close to that. And then 249, so it's probably a low float. Yeah, 18 million in the float. Don't see any specific news on it. Here is another earnings play. I didn't really see this in the pre-market at all. RBBN, ribbon. Nice pop, 22%. That's a big float, 137 million. Big breakout on the daily chart for RBBN. Take a look left. And the next highs, yeah, it looks like the next high in the weekly chart is way up here at 579. So $1 away. This could be interesting. Keep an eye on this one for sure. So it is shortable for me also. Lots of shares, 2 million, over 2 million. Excuse me, at Interactive Brokers. I think somebody was mentioning Liquidia. Wow, no kidding. Another one, no earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Nerds, guys. I know somebody talked about nerds a little earlier. This had a big day yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday and continuation now. Continuation off earnings. And boy, look at this weekly chart. I have to back it out a bit to see where the next high is. I remember seeing this one yesterday. Yeah, $24 is the next high. This has got room. This has got some room. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but in the face of what's happening for most of the market here, I'm definitely interested in this one. Really interested in this one. I'm watching it right now, 1902, 1905. I'd love to see maybe the bid get up to about 1910, clear that 19 level. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert, I say 1911. I want it to be clear of 19. Okay, guys, Roku making a new high. ROKU making a new high. So it's taking out the pre-market high. After hours, it did get up to 77. Some big price targets put on by some various firms, including Wedbush. I think an $85 price target. The cheapest man alive. I love it. Roku keeps moving higher here, guys. This looks like one of these all-dayers. The market weren't so bad, I'm sure it would be just almost a no-brainer that would just keep making new highs for a while anyway. Okay, guys, Twilio. So Twilio, there's a theme here, guys. Twilio and Roku, both of them through the 200-day moving average, both of them earnings plays, both of them kind of about the same price in that price range. All right, guys, INZI. Okay, do I want to get in now? INZI holding three nicely. The pre-market high was up here. Not pre-market, but the market high is 339. Roku continues to move here, guys. Roku, ROKU. Let me take a look at nerds again. Nerd wallet. Yeah, 1903. We have a halt now. Lunar, LUNR just got halted. LUNR just got, so this is a, I guess, an IPO. This is, I'm sorry, it is not an IPO, but it's a recent couple of days. Is the third day of trading for LUNR, Intuitive Machines. I wonder what they're going to say they do. Look at Roku guys go. Roku guys go. Look at Roku go guys. Okay, this DOCN. I'm sorry, guys. Again, internal discussions. So DOCN, the 200-day moving average is 36.59, 36.59. So that's far enough away. The next high is 38.10. Excuse me. So another one got halted, NFTG. NFTG got, oh, this is the one from yesterday. This is the one I was thinking of yesterday, the NFT Gaming Co. Oh, excuse me. All right. Well, got halted on the way up. I do have an alert set at 5. Excuse me. I think only, just give me a moment. I think only, what was it 1.6 million shares, I think, were issued, something like that. So it's very, very low number of shares. So if this wants to get going, and I think the price was 450, maybe 450. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. It was priced at 415. So a little bit over. So it's a little bit over the IPO price. I was priced. $5, looks like $5 was the high yesterday. I have an alert set there. I have an inclination that if it gets going, I will take some. That is not recommending you do the same. Very risky, but it's China, I believe. I may be wrong. We don't have a flag here for it, so as I said yesterday, Yadi, you have to go and unheart them. Okay. Again, if you heart something, usually it means is because you like the chart. So how do you know whether or not you want to unheart it unless you look at the chart? Okay, guys, I was maybe wrong here. The market is having a little bit of a pop here. This is encouraging if we're looking for bounce plays now. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just asking a question here about the symbol lists. Okay, nerds. Let's take a look at what nerds is doing right now. Man, I was having to answer a question internally and I just missed this. I wanted had my alert set here at 9:10, but it is popped already. I'm finding out, Yadi. I used to not be able to do it. Okay, I'm finding out. I've never tried to like usually with a symbol list. Well, you can try. Okay, with a symbol list, you highlight it and then edit the list, and then you can just go in and basically get rid of everything just by highlighting them and saying delete. But my liked, as an example, I'll try. I honestly don't think. Well, I don't want to do that because, of course, my liked is so. But I don't think you can do it with a my liked. Yeah, view only mode. Oh, wait a minute. Is that what they all say? Let me just Give me a moment. Yeah, you see, it's view only mode. Not here, but this is another symbol list. But when I tried it, when I look at my liked and I edit the list, view only mode. So you cannot do like a mass delete. So I guess that the object is to make sure you want it in your my liked. But again, my idea is that if you're getting rid of it, it's because you don't like the chart anymore. Now, if you are doing something like, okay, you have certain stocks that you want to follow today. Okay, no, you can't do it. Yeah, you just can't do it. But if it's because you want to have stocks that you want that you're following today and you don't want to follow them yet tomorrow, as an example, then my advice would be to create a symbol list, like create a new symbol list. Okay. And then you can say use that as your you call it whatever you want, my daily symbol list, that you want to get rid of the symbols at the end of every day, as an example. And so if you clicked on a symbol and it loads, it's not going to be quite as easy because obviously the heart is instant, but you can right click and where does it say send AMAM as an example. Scroll down to symbol lists, and then you'll see your, if you've never created one before, you'll see it immediately, and then you just send it to it. Does that make sense? So it's not quite as elegant as, of course, hitting the clicking on the heart, which will do it immediately. You have a couple extra steps. You just click on the send, hover over symbol lists, click on that, and you'll see it almost immediately. And then you can go in at the end of the day, if that's what you're trying to do, just create a symbol list like for the day, and you don't care about the symbols the next day. Then you can go in and find it, edit it, and then you can just highlight them all and delete, and then they're gone. Give me a moment. Just give me one moment. There may be a way. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to see something here. You may be able to do it from the account management page. Just give me a moment. I'm going to find our home page. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, I was trying to get into my account management page and I couldn't do it. I obviously haven't been there for a long time. It was asking me for passwords and all that sort of stuff. So great. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just so distracted right now. I've missed this Sarah, SERA. This was one from yesterday. And now look at it just romping here. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout also. Now, Sarah, SERA, boy, 263, 261. The next high looking left, way up here, 345 on the weekly chart. Oh, guys, that is starting to turn into my favorite day. The big gap down in the market and now a recovery so far. Oh boy, I've missed the nerds. I've missed Sarah, SERA. I missed the FSLY at the beginning. FMX, way outside the price range I like, but it is popping up on my momentum up. I guess I got up to $100 on that one. FMX and big gap up. It's not an earnings play that I can see. FMX, uh, out of Mexico. Keep an eye on tech, guys. If it takes out that whole number 46, the high is 4608. Disregard that stopping tail. That was that crazy day on the New York Stock Exchange where stocks at the beginning of the day, literally at 9:30, had these wild either. I don't know if most of them were topping tails, but so disregard that. That did not happen. So this is in my opinion an all-time high right now for tech, TECK. Boy, OCGN. Oh, sorry, OGN, another leg down now. So if you just follow these all day long, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, just a few stocks gets only a few alerts a day. I'm surprised we're not seeing more from Zach's bounce scan based on what the market. If we were, boy, there'd be a lot of nice little bounce plays right now. Now that the market is really starting to pour it on now. All right, guys. With this bounce here, maybe we should be looking at Carvana again, CVNA. Let's see if Carvana pre-market highs were 1278. I mean, it was way up here. I mean, it had a nice run at the end of the day. After hours, it maintained that, but just kind of got destroyed with when the market was doing this. Well, Tank, I keep looking at those 200-day moving averages for the major sectors, and they're all above. I mean, Staples was the only one that was close, but they're all above the 200-day moving average, which is I think is a pretty decent barometer. Roku continues, guys. Roku continues to move higher here. CYH. I mean, this is probably the best one, guys. Why? This is probably, I have to do a little calculation here, but here's your alert at 640. It's at 712 on a percentage basis. Right now as we speak. I mean, the AMAM would have been, but it has fallen off. The FSLY 1433. You'd have to do some math, but 50, I mean that's still awesome. 16. I don't think ribbon moved. 475, not really. And then the Sarah, it's kind of late. Now, why is it late? Why is it happening here, here, here? The reason is that one of my filters, it has to be up 40 cents from the open. And so obviously, it wasn't there until it hit 250. which makes sense because here's your open down here around 2. So, but look at CYH. I mean, look at this CYH. I mean, this is amazing. I really did not think, I thought all this weekly stuff might stall it along the way, but not even close. And it's an earnings play. CYH is an earnings play. And this is a big float also, 125 million in the float. That is a big move, 41% for 125 million in the float. It must have, I mean, they must have really had a great release here. I mean, this is the earnings release for it. Reported better than expected. It must have been way better than expected Q4 EPS. All right, guys, I took the Carvana CVNA. I'm in at 1220. And let's see if it has any, the main reason is because of what it did in the pre-market and the fact that the market's doing this. And this turns red at all, I am bailing. And there's the high of the day is 1240 odd. And the high in the pre-market is 1287. So that's kind of, you know, why I'm a little somewhat optimistic. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, I'm not sure. I see skin showed up on Zach's bounce scan, but I'm not sure how easy it would have been to get. Man, Well, the two here, guys. I know somebody said they're a short OGN. I mean, OGN is just what a great alert here. Continuing down. I am not in it. And the CYH continues. So what you're seeing here, if you're unfamiliar with these two scans, this is the 10-day daily breakout, don't repeat version. This is the 10-day daily breakdown, don't repeat version. So stocks have to be above the high over the last 10 days. Okay, other filters in place, of course, for it to show up here. This is the repeating version. So as OGN keeps making new lows, you're going to see it here. As CYH keeps making new highs, you're going to see it up here. So why I like this is because I can go back, kind of go back in time and say, okay, the first alert for OGN was at 940, the price was 26.74. And if I click on it, we'll actually see an arrow. Okay. Now the up arrow doesn't mean to go long. It's just indicating the candle. I have a 15-minute chart here. So if I had a 5-minute chart, it would show the arrow would show on the 5-minute candle where the alert happened. So you can just quickly see that. Yeah. I mean, since that alert, look at this. And here, of course, numerically, it's telling you. So 26.74, it got down to 25.36. And then this one's the same thing. CYH, the first alert was at 9:32, all times Eastern, of course. And the price was 640. And you can see that blue arrow. And look at this. What a move. So that's what these are. And of course, I am sharing them. Hmm. Yeah, Inzi's come alive. Thank you, Jamie. I have that thumbnailed actually. Inzi's trying to come alive a little bit. INZY. It did actually dip below 3 briefly, but it is trying to come alive. All right, guys, 10:44. So I think what I'm going to do now is just talk a little bit about the information you can find on my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So we do have a new promo code, guys. And this is good for 25% off. President's Day is coming up. So Pres 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you click on get trade ideas, it'll show you how much it costs. So we have the 4 plans, the annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 25%, of course. The big difference is the AI. I just had one okay alert today to go long on ZG. Okay, that's what the AI is, though. Standard is a great product. Okay, really. I mean, unless you really think you want this AI. I mean, I know I shouldn't be saying it like this, but I use it like a watch list. I don't take the trades automatically. I never will, never have, never will. Hey, Carvana making a little bit of a move now for me. Monthly, you don't have to go annual, of course. You're going to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, this is what I would do. If you don't know this program and you're thinking about it, you could always take a standard monthly, 118. You'll get the 25% discount. You could do the premium, 228, less the 25%. Okay. Now the discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. But if you thought you wanted an annual, but you don't want to commit, to an upfront payment until you're sure you want the program, give it a month. You can try us for a month. And if within 30 days you decide you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor that 25% discount. But if you want to stick month to month forever, that's fine too. Go, 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 Carvana. Yeah, well, Jay-Z, I mean, listen, the premium, I mean, I use it like a watch list, but I think a lot of people want the AI because they want to have automated trading, and it's not the way to go. Look at this market surge here, guys. Okay, I'm just watching the Carvana. So if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos, the download and install, first startup and login. You must do that, okay? It's a software program, so there is a bit of a learning curve. Trading 101, if you are new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher course, this is a great course Michael Moss at Trader Ideas put together, okay? It's free. I do a talk of the day video at around noon Eastern. No, that's not correct. I do a stock of the day video sometime today, and you can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's a free service also. And here's the big education section is right here. Now we have a big user guide, but you don't have to learn everything in this user guide, of course. Here's the getting started again, the 10 short videos. But at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the top list, the T window. And you should understand what stock racing is all about. Obviously, other things you can learn about, price alerts on charts, etc. But nail these down: alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Here's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1 every day. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez. He is the originator of the trades of the week. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube links in the two rooms. So you can head over and listen to Steve if you'd like to between 12 and 1. And then the free trading room, more educational videos about trade ideas. And here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. So I've been talking about this one all day. The 10-day daily, here's another couple that are just showing up. I haven't even had a chance to look at them. But the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Some awesome alerts today. And of course, I'm sharing them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. Here are the races that you see. Pre-market, the race mode. Biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. Here are the two races right there. And I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So as always, if you decide you'd like to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then you can go here, take out the subscription. This is a free room, so the room will get credit for the subscription, and I get some credit also. Okay. And also, though, if you do save my link, you have access to my scans at any time and the education section. I do change my scans up from time to time. You have monthly premium and would like to switch to standard monthly. I doubt if you can use if you wanted a standard annual, yes, you could. But yeah, I don't get involved in that at all. You can go to support and ask the question. Okay. Typically, if people have a this actually, I should always say this. If you have a monthly subscription right now and you want to get an annual, I'm just talking in general, you can take advantage of that 25%. Running up. Frustrating day for me, guys. You heard me talking. I wanted the nerds right around 916. I had that my price alert set. 983 now. This is an awesome day, guys. I mean, look at this recovery. 40 it's almost an hour now straight up in a recovery mode. I believe the count, I haven't used the count filter for so long. I believe it does count the pre-market. Let's see if it in the who's going to know? Pepe probably knows. But I seem to remember that it does. But you know what? Let's see if it does. If it can tell me here. I'm just going to click on the help and see if it tells me there. So it says the count is reset at midnight. Okay, so that to me means that it should work in the pre-market. I haven't used it in the pre-market. I haven't used the count filter for so long, or the count alert. Well, it's not alert. The count filter for so long, but it says that it gets reset at midnight, so it's very possible then that it probably works in the thing to do is just try it and see if you're getting it at in the pre-market. But Pepe may know. He knows all. But I have a feeling it does. All right, let's take a look at some of the new ones that just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. So this was a big one from yesterday, IREN. And let's take a look at OPCH. What is it doing? Not an earnings play. Oh, sorry, I'm just seeing this. Duke of Venice. Sorry, I just make sure. Is there a ticker symbol for the US dollar? A ticker symbol for the US dollar? You mean like Dick? What is that one that tracks the dollar? Not DXY. Somebody knows. UUP? US dollar index bullish fund ETF? Ah, I wonder if Carvana could run a little bit more. I'm gonna hold on for a bit. DXY, that's what did I put? DYX? Why am I not getting anything? But I thought I've put something in before that starts with a D. But UUP, I guess that's okay, I suppose. US dollar index. Okay, I bounced myself out of the Carvana trade. I'm a little ticked off because I had a decent little gain in it, but so Duke of Venice says UUP work for you? Well, power is having a nice recovery, guys. It's not quite gone positive, but it's having a nice recovery. It's an earnings play, PARA. The high yesterday was 24.66, so it's getting close to that high. Remember, this is the one that I think Mr. Buffett has a big stake in, I think. Yeah, that INZY just doesn't want to get going. But this is, again, one of those ones that, later on today in the afternoon, you get some volume coming in again. It may have another run. You look at the weekly chart, $4 is not out of the question. And we have, so this got halted again. Lunar got halted again on the way up. LUNR got halted on the way up. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So count only works during market hours. Boy, I have to resist the urge to just short this OGN. It's still got some room. 24.63 is the next low looking left. Resisting the urge in that it is, for me, it's just way too extended right now. Let's see, ARBK. Yeah, I mean, if it gets over two, this is an Argo blockchain on the move. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4. So an hour plus 2 minutes straight up, guys. What a great recovery. What a rally in the market. This one from yesterday, guys. Remember RDW from yesterday? Is this shortable for me? I think it is. Yeah, RDW on the way down now. RDW, the big move yesterday, really starting to give it up now. RDW. I don't see any news on it other than probably just profit taking right now. If you wow, look at Roku, guys. I mentioned Roku. I think around 72 something. Roku just is a monster today. And of course, now certainly being helped by the market. It's an earnings play today for it. So certainly the market is helping. Okay, LU, there's so much happening. LUNR just resumed. Oh, I am missing out on so much, guys, but you have no excuses. I'm a little distracted and doing several things at once. Look at this IREN 444.83 right now. Wow. Even nerds showed up. I mean, even nerds showed up at 1976. This is the one I don't think has moved yet, 29.55. Okay, it has moved a little bit. Okay. Let's see if this has any sort of move in it, this OPCH. This is not an earnings play. Irene, 440, 481. These are great percentage moves. That's what it's all about. It's the percentage moves. Well, this is shortable for me, IREN. It is shortable. I mean, it's so parabolic right now. There's about, well, you know what? It was shortable and they just got snapped up at IB. Hmm. Not that I wanted to short it right now, but I mean, coming into 5, you would think there could be some resistance. 516, if you're in this one, okay, 516 is the next high, looking left on the weekly chart. $5 could be really tough to get through though, just psychologically. Okay, so what a move though. PXLW on the move here, PXLW on the move, and the next, there's the 200-day moving average. I mean, if it can get through that, the next high, it's kind of far enough away, 212, probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 51 million in the float. Yeah, the INZY, again, just put an alert somewhere on this one around maybe the 320 mark. I guess I must have deleted my alert, maybe around 316 or so, just to see if it can start moving again. Okay, this is just not really moving. It's the VWAP is at 306, so it's right at the VWAP area. Move, another nice move for Roku. Held that 200-day. How did the Twilio do? It's sort of similar. No, I mean, look at Twilio. They're like linked here? Seriously. I mean, look at Roku and look at Twilio. Look at the 200-day moving average. They look almost the same, almost about the same price. Same move, earnings plays. Irene just made another new high. Another new high. I have a symbol crash. This is my sound alert in this window here, and every time I hear a symbol crash, it's one of these. It could be a new one, of course, but it's one of these that is just making another new high. Well, I feel like I'm calling a race every day. These stocks, they sort of compete against each other. I mean, that's what they really, when you think about it, that's what stocks do. They compete against each other. You know, some stock gets some traction, so they sell off. Some other stock sells off, so they people can raise money to get into the new one. I mean, it's an ongoing process, all that, especially in these little ones. Come on, OPCH, move for me. Yes, I'm in this one. Okay, I had to take one. A little outside the price range I like on these. I have found that it's the ones that are, I would say under 20 seem to perform better, but I'm just getting so frustrated not getting any of these. So I took to this one. You heard me, I hope. I said, okay, let's see if this can move. Here's another one on the move here, guys. HOTH. Now, listen, if you're wondering where I'm finding these, this is in the momentum up. This is one of the scans I'm sharing, okay? One of the scans I'm sharing. Go to my homepage, and it's called Momo, and it's basically this. It's from the channel bar. I didn't go over the channel bar at all today. But if I click on Dock Channel Bar and then click on Momentum, here's the Momentum channel. Probably is going to show up. Okay, so so Andy is showing up right now. ANDE. And there's IREN, IREN. So what you're seeing here, this is a momentum scan. Okay, this is a momentum channel. This is an individual scan, and it's basically the same as the one I'm sharing on my homepage. Okay, and what it's looking for, like all scans, my scans, any of the scans that we've created in the channels. If you're wondering what is it looking for, bit here, just give me a moment. Okay, so if you're wondering, just click on the summary, and then it's going to tell you exactly what the stock is looking or what the scan is looking for. Now these are real-time alerts. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. A lot of screeners out there, but not as many real-time scanners. So if the price is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day. This is the key. These are the two key metrics here that cause why you'll see these. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So when you get an alert from this, you normally will see a volume spike. Okay. So if these filter values are met and the stock is making a new high for the day, that's why you see these here. Okay. And these are real-time alerts. So if you want this scan, all you have to do is go to my home page and go to the scan section, and it's called Momo. Okay. So the idea is you can go to the different channels and you can start to see some of the scans that we have created for you. And if you saw something, again, all you have to do is, you just right click on the scan and configure and summary, and that's going to tell you what it's looking for. Now, if you looked at a scan that we created and you thought, I like it, but I don't like the price range, change it. You just have to click on the icon. I'll make a change, 10 and 100. Summary, see how it's changed now? I can say okay. And then, so you can take my scans, you can take any of these scans, you can make changes. Just make sure you Save anything you ever do to the cloud. Okay, individual scans that you create or save, layouts, save everything to the cloud. Now, just a word about this. I made a change here. So if I leave this channel and come back to it, the change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels and the alerts and the scans that we create are for everybody. So the fact that you might want to make a change of something is not necessarily what anybody else wants. But the idea is to take a look at the scans, and if you see something you like, save the scan to the cloud, either as is or make a change, and then you can bring back the scans one at a time and create a layout based on scans that we have actually created for you. So you don't have to do everything from scratch. Meanwhile, this one has gone absolutely insane. This Lunar, LUNR, IPO 2 days ago. I think this probably was this a SPAC? Yeah, so this was a SPAC. Intuitive Machines goes public after the SPAC merger. So this happened here. Really muted reaction. Yesterday, but today, look at this. Look at this move. What's the volume like? I mean, it's decent volume, but it's not like incredible volume for a stock that's up 113%. Running up, HOTH, HOTH. Another one, look at the room it's got. So the next high looking left, 338, 338. I'm sorry, the next high looking left is 302, so it's above that. Then 338, then 378, and then 530. No, this is probably a low float. Yeah, this is one of those really low floats, okay? 721,000 shares. So that's a extremely low float. Meanwhile, OGN just made another new low. So I think there's a couple, oh, I don't know how many, a few of you are short OGN, like I should be. There it is, OGN, 2674, 2502 now. Look at this lunar go. Oh my gosh. Oh, brother. winning race after race now, guys. I haven't talked about the races at all. I've been so distracted about doing other things, but you understand what the race is all about. And now I just got halted again. Probably not. There's going to be very few companies or brokerages that have lunar shorts. Certainly not interactive brokers. Sometimes within a couple of days, anybody with who has center point, maybe Cobra, they may have access to shorts. But it's such a new issue that, or trading as lunar. So what the race is all about? All races start from a top list window. So of course you can create your own race. These are the two races that I've constructed that I'm sharing. So if I look at this top list window, all it's looking for are stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum are traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if I sort on the open filter, open header, this is the change from the open. So it's telling me right now, Lunar is 107% up from its opening print. IREN, 34%, etc. Oh, that's great. Great to know. But what if one of these stocks down here, HYZN, it's at 7% right now? What if it all of a sudden started to move? And it's 8%, 10%, 15% moving up here. You'd never see that. Okay. You're trying to stare at a list and seeing stocks that are moving up and down. Impossible. Not impossible, but crazy to try to do. So that's where the races come in. So it takes any stock that meets those filter requirements between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum and up 2% from yesterday's close. Any stock that meets those filter requirements, when a race starts, I run 4-minute races. I'm 2 minutes into this race. So what it means with Lunar, now Lunar is halted right now, but it moved 4% since the race started. That's why it's at the top. IREN moved 2%, 2.4% since the race started. So you will see the stock when a race starts, they're all starting off, obviously equal starting position, and then the gun goes off. So whoever's winning the race, you'll see it at the top. Excuse me, you'll start to make its way up the leaderboard and get right to the top. But doesn't mean that because it's a 4-minute race, some stock that's leading a race after 1 minute, it may not be the winner after 4. That's why you're going to see stocks moving up and down. Okay. That's number one. Number two is that what it does is it automatically creates a top 10 list for you to watch. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races. So right now, Lunar has won 5 races, so it's at the top. AMAM, 3, etc. Okay. Now, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. In other words, for the race to be over. You see something happening, I just mentioned this HYZN. Click on it. See what it's doing. Okay, maybe it's an interesting pattern that's happening. Maybe there's a lot of room looking left, and you put a price alert at a certain area that you might be interested in taking the trade. There's all sorts of ways to do it. And the other thing is that because this is now a top 10 list for you to watch, I mean, you can take a look at Sober as an example, SOBR, okay? 1-2 races, let's see what's happening. You look at this and go, well, okay, there's the VWAP at 294. Maybe that's going to hold it. Maybe if it gets over the high of the day, maybe that gets it to run, or maybe put an alert down near the VWAP to see what it does there. Will it hold it and bounce, or will it go through it? Maybe create a potential short. There's all sorts of ways to use this, and just because Sober may not win another race, it doesn't mean it's a bad stock anymore. It just means that there could be a lot of stocks in that list that finish second many, many times. But so stocks like that will never make this list. Doesn't mean but you could see them moving up and down. So click on it. Now this race here, it's a little bit different because typically you will not see stocks that are with huge percentage gains here. But look at I mean, would you like to see an FSLY all day? You know, won a race. It's won 6 races. Probably won a race starting here. But so even though, you know, it's only 1% and lunar is 9%, doesn't mean this is garbage to watch. The reason why you're not seeing huge percentage increases is because I have a 500 million market cap minimum here and a 50 million minimum float. So yeah, you'll see stocks moving, but you just won't see the big percentage moves. But if I were new to trading, I'd probably follow this one a lot more than this one. This is way more exciting, but with excitement comes peril, okay? Because they're not easy. They're not easy to trade. But I'm not saying that I'm not saying these are easy to trade, but they're just less volatile. So if I were new to trading, I'd probably concentrate on the large cap gainers from the open. And the same thing, take a look at DOCN. You know, just see what it's doing. It's all you can do. Just see what it's doing. Maybe it's setting up. You know, EQT. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm going to see. But it won only one race early. You know, I mean, it's trying to move up a little bit here. But you know, if I look left, I may not like it. But what if I saw a ton of room? I look left, and you know, it's stock sitting at 32.39 right now. And if I look left on the daily chart, and the next high was like 35 or 36, I'd go, great. I should really be watching this. And that leads me into trading. You know, before you start committing money to the market, you better practice trading. And you may have to practice for months, okay? And you can use our simulator because I get the question all the time. Well, how long is it going to take? Well, how could I possibly know? I don't know. It all depends on how much time and effort you put into it, how many charts you start. You know, you gotta look at a lot of charts, lots and lots of charts before you eventually. You know, when you start I've been trading for a while, so I can click on something and I can size up the charts pretty quickly if I like the trade or not, or like the idea or not. But that doesn't come overnight. So you can practice trading. We have this is our what we call Brokerage Plus. All you have to do is click on New, and then your Brokerage Plus is up here. Excuse me, the window. Click on the window. You should see what it should say is not connected. And you'll see there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One is live and one is sim. There is a way in which you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want. Not mandatory, okay? I want to always repeat that because people sometimes they come in on the tail end. They think you need an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account in order to use Trade Ideas. No, no, no. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. It's just that this feature is available if you want to trade from within. Only though if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. The way I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. So if you click on sim, that not connected will turn to account, click on account, and now click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator, okay? So now you can start to practice trading. When you click on an alert, there's the Hoth right there. You click on the alert. Let's do a little bit. I haven't done any money management this week, so I just want to talk a little bit about it, okay? Wow, look at this thing run. I mean, I wish I had just done it seconds before, but it's not a great one to do. The spread is a little, okay, you know what? This is just for demonstration purposes, okay? I took 500 shares. I got in at 315, okay? I'm going to put a stop at 295, and I'm going to explain why. When I add that stop, you will see a red line on the chart. It's going to be approximately minus 100. There it is, minus 102. So when I trade, I have a checklist. I won't take a trade unless I can check every box on the checklist. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay, you have to develop your own style. But you know, most of the things that when I see an alert, most of the things have already been checked. In other words, I have a price range I like. I have a minimum volume. I have maybe a relative volume number that I want to see. Things like that. So I don't have to worry that this is outside the price range I like, or doesn't have enough volume, things like that. Most of those things are already checked. Okay. Now, but when I take a trade, if I'm thinking about taking a trade, I also know where I'm going to get out if it's not working. Just give me a moment. You know what? I want to see something here, guys. Yeah, this today P&L should have been changing. Okay, I just wanted to check that. So you see how what I did is, so I took that trade in the simulator and I got out of it by highlighting it and flattening it. That got me out of the trade. But what I really wanted to demonstrate, though, the money management aspect of it all. So when I take a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work. Of course, that's the stop. So remember, I had that stop at 295 and it said approximately minus 100. Let's just take the trade again. I mean, it's crazy, but I'm just trying to demonstrate. Okay, so we'll just do this again. See, this should be changing. So my entry is 327. So now I'm going to put my stop at 307. And I'm doing this on purpose to make the math easy. Again, you'll see that red line approximately at $100 minus. Okay. So again, when I take a trade, I know where I'm getting out if it's not working. Just because I think a trade should work, of course, doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have a price, I'm getting out. Now, what I do is I typically size up maybe a 5-minute chart minimum, but usually a 15-minute chart where I think there might be a support area. Like in other words, a lot of action at a certain price, so that if it went down through that, if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. So I know that going into the trade. So that chair sizes me because when you trade, hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And this is why I put the stop 20 cents away and took 500 shares. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's going to be based on the difference in my entry and where I've placed my stop. And that's why I wanted to make the math easy. This is 20 cents away. So if I'm risking $100 a trade, which is what I like to demonstrate in the simulator, if I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Conversely, I mean, 500 shares, if it goes down to 307 and it takes me out, 500 shares times 20 cents equals a $100 loss. Okay. Now, if I were starting out, because trying to figure out where support is on a chart, I mean, call it a bit of an art. But what I would probably do if I were starting out, maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, because there's no, that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. I would probably do that. Yeah, this is not working. The total P&L should be there, but I'm gonna get out of this again. Or today P&L. Okay, that's just in the simulator. Okay, I'm in this simulator, and that's what's happening. So practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade a live account. Okay, as harsh as that sounds. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean you're going to be able to make money when you're trading. The reason being is that everything I've just been talking about, putting stops in, you may agree with it all, and you may do it very well in a simulator, and you may get out when the stock hits the stop price because you take a loss, but it's not your money really. But sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop when you start trading. You can start second guessing where you put your stop, because you're thinking, man, this is such a great look. It's got a great pattern. It even has news. News is not a requirement for me to take a trade, but it could be a bonus. The room is talking about it. Everybody's excited. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so, but you cannot believe it's not working, and so you disobey your stop. You don't take it out where you should. And so your $100 manageable loss now starts turning into 200, 300, 400, maybe even 1,000 before you finally give up and you sell it. And you kick yourself. It's a horrible feeling, but you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Scenario number one. Scenario number two is almost as bad. You don't obey your stop. You're down two, three, four, $500, and then it does turn around. Okay, it does turn around for you, and you think, "Oh man, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. Just give me one moment. Can that happen? Of course it can. All right, but I'm telling you, if you want to last doing this, in my opinion, anyway, one of the most important things you can do is to obey your stop. Take your manageable loss. The other thing that I do is I do not vary how much I'm risking per trade by very much. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 50 the next. I keep my I keep my share size. Well, my share size is based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So my share size is changing. I'm not taking 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. It all depends on what the difference is between my entry and my stop. So there is a lot to it. There is a lot to it. It's not easy. Okay, so that's why I'm saying we have a great simulator. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're unsure about who your broker is going to be, no problem. You can use our simulator. Now, all you need is our standard service. Okay, but the other thing is you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, I'm sorry, but it's not available. Neither is racing available yet. Okay, so hopefully you have access to, either using a PC or you're willing to, if you have a Mac, you're willing to do something like with AWS or Microsoft, whatever it's called there, 360. Or I know some use an emulation program like Parallels, or they're out there. If you want to take advantage, of using this window plus the races. Otherwise, you can use our web-based version. Now, I like to have a couple of these columns. Now, these aren't working. I can tell you right now, these are not working. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just going to do this. Maybe I reload. There we go. I just had to reload. Now this today's P&L and the max P&L is working, and the distance from the exit price was working. So I like these columns here because what this is telling me, I got into this trade two times. So, but where I exited, you see the exit price is 334. The last price is 330. This is from the exit price. This can give you a bit of a gauge of how good are my exits. You get out of, I mean, there's obviously one aspect of trading is to buy it, but the next very important aspect is when to sell it. So do I sell in pieces? Do I take 50% off, a third off, or some other percentage at certain stages? I mean, that's why you got to practice trading. But ultimately, what you'd love to see in the distance from the exit price is a big negative number. In other words, I get into a stock at $9, I sell it at 10, and then it goes back down to 9.50, that back down to 9. I say to myself, wow, great exit on my part. because, and I can look at that distance from the exit price and I can just gauge, okay, where is it? Where is it from where I exited? Now, what you don't want to see is a big positive number, obviously, if you went long the stock. I mean, that's going to tell you, I must have left a lot on the table. Now, nobody is saying you're going to get out right at the very, very top or anything like that. But, the other thing you don't want to do is, and it's, this max panel, I think this is correct. But what you wouldn't want to see is a big max P&L basically is telling you, okay, when I was in the trade, what was the max I could have made? Okay, that's literally getting out right at the very top. What's the max I could have made? Again, nobody's suggesting, you can get out right at the top. But what you wouldn't want to see is say a max P&L of 500, and then you're looking at what you're at right now, and you're only up 50, as an example. You would never want to allow, a profit of 500 turn into 50 or worse, negative. So, keeping an eye on your max P&L versus the today P&L can really kind of give you a sense of how well are you doing on your exits. Meanwhile, Hoth is just what a monster. Oh, we're back to this again, guys. We're back to this again. Haven't seen one of these for a while. One of these companies that's so ticked off at the so-called illegal shorters, the naked short selling, etc. And so a lot of these stocks, I think this was even announced here. Okay, this is back in, oh, maybe not December, but a lot of these stocks started coming out and saying, we're going to enlist the aid of some group. So share intel to investigate illegal shorting activity. And some of these smaller companies, what was the one that was about 10 cents that was doing it? And it gets people all excited. We're going to nail those illegal shorters. So we haven't seen that for a while, for about a week, maybe even 2 weeks. These sort of press releases that would come out for these companies saying, we are going to go after these illegal shorters. Then you'd see a whole raft of them there. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing. Wow, FSLY, what a tremendous run it's been on. I mentioned this in the pre-market. It already had a bunch of price targets put on it before today, and then a couple of more brokerages, came aboard. You can see right there. You see my upgrades. See if you can see my screen here. I put the upgrades and downgrades in. This is just from briefing.com. Okay, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. And right at the top was FSLY, two more upgrades and price targets put on it. All right, guys, 11:46. So I'm just going to confirm it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break. All right, selling the OPCH, guys. Selling the OPCH. It's not a rocket ship like the other ones from the 10-day daily breakout, but at least it's paying some bills. Again, I'm so ticked off by not getting some of these other ones earlier. So I just took it. Not quite at 29.55, 29.61 actually. So, but hopefully you heard me talking about it, saying that, wanted to see if it was going to move. A little surprised that Carvana has not joined the party here. CYH. I mean, I'd have to do the math, but I think this is still the best one percentage wise. 640 to 739. I may be wrong. I mean, Fuseli. Let's do the math here. No, it might be that one. Routine. Yeah, close. This is about 15%, and the other one is 13%. All right, MVLA. Boy, the Halts resumes is going crazy today again. MVLA, no volume. Is SETI CETY an IPO? SETI? So this is not showing up on our charts. It is showing up here, though. Is that right? Yeah, it's not showing up in our chart. So is this for sure an IPO? Because I have to let the developers know that this is not showing up in our charts. Ah, this implemented a reverse stock split in preparation for NASDAQ listing. Okay, well, okay, it is Steve. Steve is just telling me, yes, it'll be Steve today in our YouTube room. Okay, Luis, you had a question about, well, you can have the races, okay? You can have the races, Luis. These are two that I'm sharing. So you don't have to know how to set them up. So if you want these races, you can have them. All you have to do is go to my homepage. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on that link, And then scroll down. You'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see the scan section. Let me get this a little bit bigger. The scan section. Click here on the scan section. Here are the two races, okay? Now, if you want to learn about races in general, because you can set up your own races, okay? But these are the two races that I am sharing, okay? But if you want to set up your own races, of course you can. So on my homepage again, scroll down until you get to the education section. Click here, as it says, okay, and then click on the user guide. And then if you, here the table, full table of contents, and here is the stock race right there. Okay, so if you click on stock races, we have four videos on them. Your race startup, this is all clickable, race startup, your race configuration, etc. Okay. But in essence, thankfully, I was watching the OPCH before I moved, so I just got a little bit out of it, guys. Nothing earth-shattering. Wasn't one of the big movers. But again, the whole idea of the racing is that you set up a top list. You have a certain set of filters in that top list, a price range you might want, minimum volume you might want. You can, it's up to you. And then what I like to do is the change from the open. I like to see the stocks that are, when the race starts, what is the stock that's moving the most since the race started, percentage wise? So CFRX right now has moved 6.33% since, and it probably is going to win this race. I run 4-minute races, and this race is now over. And you will see CFRX floating to the top, but you don't see it here. So that's the first race it won today. And when I say here, you don't see it in the top 10 list. And this race over here, similar. The difference is I put a market cap minimum of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, 50, so that you won't see stocks that have the big percentage moves here just because of that market cap. So if you're listening to that and thinking, well, why would I want to pay attention to this when I can pay attention to this? Well, the reason is that these are very volatile. So yeah, you get these moves straight up and then another move, and maybe in a heartbeat later, straight down. So you've got to be very, very careful. All right, guys. I'm anticipating that Steve will be in the room pretty soon. So what I want to do is just put my announcement in on a break. And I'll put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, but he'll be here certainly within 5 minutes. Then you can head over to YouTube and listen to Steve. He's the originator of the trades of the week. Okay, here's another one that's showing up now in the 10-day daily breakdown. SWI, what is it doing? Probably it's too late for me to take it because I'll be on my break. And I have a little exercise routine I'll go through, so I can't take a trade right now. SWI. So SWI, not an earnings play, so very close to a lifetime low though. I guess the lifetime lows could be right around here, 746. So SWI, just want to see if there's any sort of news on it. I don't see any news on it. So again, it's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 9th. All right, guys. So HOTH still alive here. There was a pretty big sell-off from 350 down to 317. The big thing about this one, of course, it does have the room. 320, 370, sorry, 378 is the next high looking left. I just heard a little ping. That means you're in the room, Steve, right?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Steve is there. I put the YouTube link in. I'm going to mute myself in the two rooms and have a chat with you.
Share my screen here. Whoops. What the heck? Ah, there we go. All right, there's my screen.
There is your screen, yes. MNMD front and center.
Well, it's the only, and I mean only position that I have right now. That's it.
Is that right?
That's it. No, this is fun, Barry. This was a fun one. Nice short squeeze in skin. Started to get ahead of itself, looking for a good follow through today. And no, some son of a bitch short front running blog has to come out and crap all over it. So just one of those things the swing trader menace has to deal with. I hope they enjoyed their front run.
Pardon me?
Good for them.
Yeah.
Hope they made lots of money
earlier.
Yeah, this was a great looking chart yesterday, but apparently, SEC doesn't care about front running Hindenburgs and short people getting ahead of the game. So I'm a little bit jaded at the moment. Yeah, MindMed is my only trade. I did do a day trade. I day traded APE this morning. Made
APE.
APE, bought it down here at 240.
APE.
Flipped it at 255. I made 15 cents, and I'm all excited on APE.
All right.
Helps take some of the sting out of that disgusting skin short squeeze I was hoping would happen, but apparently not. So MindMed, as far as the we talked about that last time, I ditched it for many, many months with all this bull crap that was happening back there. But now the chart is just telling me that's a beautiful flagging pattern, and maybe people are getting a little tired of big pharma and they're going to start experimenting with some alternative stuff. Who knows? Chart confirms the story. I don't know. But that's all I've got.
You could easily sign up as a test subject, I'm sure.
Yes, I could.
All right, Steve, I'll let you go.
Thanks.
You probably have your meetings at 1, right? So I'll try to show up a little bit early.
Yeah, today is just nonstop Thursdays. Yep. Yeah. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
All right, let me say hello to everybody here in the YouTube room. You got skin in the game. Fortnite. I had skin in the game. I'm not going to stick around and play their game. See, I thought this morning, what the hell is with the gap down? And then I saw this. I went to the news and I read the news that some scumbags were front running it and writing a short blog on it because, hey, why not? It's got 40%, 41% short float. They're doing everything they can to try and keep this thing up. But when I look at the chart, that downdraft got my attention, popped back up. I said, hey, maybe it's going to be a nothing burger. And what do you know? My 10 SMA, my 130 SMA, they're all getting just killed. So I have to just rip the Band-Aid off and take a small loss on that trade, even though it was a winner yesterday. And I have to admit that they're in control right now. I'm a hoper if I think this thing is going to turn back around and race back higher. You got a lot of dummies out there that just want to sit there and read headlines and trade off headlines because they have no idea what to do on their own. So why fight it? Hello, Patrick. I see the silvers are doing well, but I'm not ready to jump back into silver yet. I'm kind of waiting for this 200-day. I think the 200-day moving average is going to be in play, and if it does, I'll jump into PSLV. But I am not going to chase any green candles today. Silver has been one of the more disappointing trades for me. I had a nice trade down here, watched it try and break out up here. This day was an absolute crusher. The very next day I sold. So, that was a good move. I'll take it, but I'm waiting for my pitch in silver to show back up. Certainly not going to chase this minor downtrend here. At some point, we're probably going to hit that moving average. I'm going to wait and see what happens. I've got silver in my safe. I don't necessarily need PSLV all the time, but freed up some cash to trade other stuff. So other than that, I don't have Barry. The trade of the week I'm not involved in, which is fortunate because it's working. Still above its 5-day there, but if you're in that, there's no concern at the moment. 20 SMA is the is going to be the backstop on that one. What did pause do? They all had a nice little push this morning, except for AG. Actually, AG probably did too, but this morning, this is just one of the most cursed silver charts I've ever seen. It's kicked out of its own way. So that's my story. Like I said, I did 1-day trade in Ape, got in, got out, 15 cents. Happy with that. It's a tough market right now, guys. I've just been spinning wheels for the last few weeks. So it's, if you're feeling the same, it's not just you as a swing trader. As a day trader, it could be a totally different story if you're on the right stuff. Let's see here. So let's go through the races and see if there's anything interesting, day trading wise. I like to look at these. That would have been interesting right there. Big pullback, but these are the levels in which I would expect the price to move back higher. So, if I had taken that trade, I'd be out right here. It just gave up that moving average. But again, this is where the unknown symbols are going to pop onto your screen every single day. Hey, we got a new issue. Interesting new issue. You don't have a whole lot to go on with the daily chart. That makes it tough. But you never know if this thing comes down. It could find that 10 SMA and find some support. You never know. It was lunar. Let's go to this one. Had a pretty good run. Again, I don't like to chase things that have had 3 or 4 good days of run on the daily. You're just kind of waiting for the profit taking tick to catch you. Coming off earnings, I see. If I go back to lunar, no, what was it? Yeah, this one, this SOBR, same kind of a thing. You fully expect this midday moving average to hold, but when you look left on the daily chart, this thing is extended. It's very hard to get that 15-minute chart bounce that I like so much when you have a daily chart that's extended. If the daily chart looked like this right there, and this was today, I'd be really interested in this because we're coming out of consolidation. This is where the entry was. Up here is a chase. I would never chase anything like this, even though it's on the top 10 list here, and it's trying to fight its moving average. This tells me it's tired. The daily chart tells me that is tired over there. Why can't I grab that? Never want to chase something like that. You're just asking for the pullback. Give me 30 seconds, guys. I forgot to grab myself a water. I'll be right back. Okay, what do you guys want to talk about? I'm here to talk about whatever you want. If there's anybody that's been sent here from our support staff that needs a demonstration of something, this is the time. SOBR, sober. Yeah, we looked at that one. Hoth, downtrend. Roku coming off earnings, not bad. That's a pro share short. Another pro share. Looking at the market, there's really just not. This has been just a disgusting week of nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days of an 8-point range, 10-point range, maybe in the S&P and the Qs. Let's look at the S&Ps. Same thing. Last 10 days have been about a 10, 15-point range, a 10-point range in the S&P. Now, I'm not going to jump in here and decide that, the news and the econ and the data and the inflation and all, this market is holding up despite what I or others might think about the backdrop or the color. Also, we can't forget that the stock market is a leading indicator. Some people actually say it can be like a 6-month leading indicator, whereas inflation, employment, those are all rear view mirror indicators. Stock market is predictive. And right now it's telling me no matter what we think, this consolidation here, just sitting right there on its moving averages, is it's ripe to continue the current higher. If you want to jump in here and go short because you think that our economy is a mess, well, you're going against what the predictive herd and the footprints in the sand are showing us. So definitely not thinking short. I've only got one position. I'm not in the mood to take on anything else today, quite honestly. I'm taking, it's been a frustrating couple of weeks, a lot of back and forth. Kind of enjoying just the risk off for the moment here. It's a nice little change. But I did add to MindMed this morning, even though it's my only position. I noticed it popped up here and it's just holding the daily. That's a beautiful chart. I'm not telling anybody to buy this. I'm just saying this chart is on my wheelhouse. It's in my positions. It's always been on my radar. I gave up on it back here, especially gave up on it after that mess of that manipulation that happened. Spare you the story on that. But once January came around, somebody started becoming a buyer of this thing again. So a big push higher in early January, consolidation, pushed higher out of the consolidation. We're getting even a tighter, more defined consolidation on this one. I see no reason why the current shouldn't take this higher. So I went ahead and added to my position. I added another 50%. We'll see what happens. But this time last week I had 5 or 6 positions, and they're just all over the place. And I'm just gonna let T2 settle in my 401k and my other accounts, and just kind of wait for my pitch. I'm not gonna force anything. All right, Peter, what's up? SYNH, in my opinion, struggle to get over 40. Let's take a look, Peter. SYNH. Yeah, so for whatever reason, 40 is a round number. So Peter, sometimes the round number is a psychological number, but I'll tell you what, this is, Barry likes these types of setups, in that if it can get above that round number and hold, you've got kind of a clean airspace vacuum up here to this price action, maybe another 5 or 6 points. Look at the intraday here. This is not bad. I mean, it's only 1 day of movement. We're coming off earnings. Okay. So there should be some more movement behind it if in fact this is a good earnings report. Right there, we just touched my 10 SMA on the 15. 40 was just in sight as we were speaking. I don't really see anything that can hold it back from 40, Peter, other than it's a round number, and you have to respect round numbers because those are what we call psychological price points, price levels. So this moving average is forcing the issue up. You have a catalyst of earnings, which means we've got 5.8 relative volume. The volume is there. The story is there. The earnings are there. And we're midday here holding that moving average. I'm not saying to buy it here, but I'm saying maybe if you're in it, it's definitely worth it to stick around and see if it can get above 40. And all you need is a closing candle above 40 on the 15-minute chart, in my opinion, to really confirm that. So hope that helps, Peter. Looking left, there's really nothing that I see at 40. Even back here, it's just a bunch of consolidation. The more relative point is this airspace, this vacuum of price action, this big gap on their prior earnings. Looks like they did something right. They surprised to the upside. So, that gap could be in play. But 40 is the lid for the moment, and the floor is the 10 SMA. So we're getting kind of a pinch here between the SMA and the psychological round number of 40. So hopefully that kind of helps a little bit there in your thinking, Peter. Let's go through the short squeezers. I was in SI, made some money back here, and then bought it back when it looked like that. And then it failed me, and I got out. Probably flatted it after making some profits on the first one, and averaging out the second piece was probably a flat. Then it turns around and does this. It seems like the market's got my number right now, and it's laughing at me. The trading gods they have a funny sense of humor. But SI, interestingly enough, I was in that last week, got out, and it's back in play. It's got, what have we got, 73% short. Silvergate, it's tied to crypto. But yeah, one left a bad taste in my mouth. Carvana, never really trusted that one back here. It's trying to set up again, but it's in between moving averages. Again, I'm just looking at the highest short float. That's, 60% in Carvana. This was the spot back here when it was just, right there. It was just consolidating. It could have gone either way. And I remember looking at that saying, do I really want to jump in something that could be bankrupt overnight? So I didn't. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. For those that did take on that risk, they got a nice short squeeze, and then they got another nice short squeeze. But now we're back to consolidation land. And you can see the relevance of my 20-day SMA there for sure, which was another reason I decided to day trade APE today, not stick around too long. But for the most part, look, 20-day SMA, it's really holding nicely there. So there is some correlation on these moving averages on the daily, and I try to give them as much credibility and weighting as I can. What else is on this short list here? SGFI, kind of a messy daily. Mara, another crypto stock. Look at how it held that 50-day pullback. See, if you're looking at stocks and you like them, and you see them pull back and dig in 2 days, 3 days on that 50-day moving average, these are levels that, you can take an entry on. It's not something I was watching, but if I was, these are the kind of entries I like to lean on rather than chasing green bars. I like to, buy consolidation or buy pullbacks. Here's Mara intraday. I wonder how this is going to resolve. Very well could resolve higher. We've had 2 or 3 days of movement, so it could run out of steam. If I was, long down here at 6, I would be looking to take profits pretty quickly. And so that's why some of these things can't go longer than a couple of days before they break that moving average. And once they break that moving average and close below and give me that look, that's when I get out and try and take what I can on profits. So could go either way here, but it's had a pretty good run since 6. It's basically run 30%. Actually more, 50%. No, 30%. So we've got, I'm sure Barry may have even shown you, but coming soon to the production version, our developers are working on the charts, plural. I'm going to go browser interface. All of a sudden, we've got nothing. That's pretty funny. What happened there? Now I can't do anything. Am I frozen now? Yikes. Let's go back to, here we go. Wonder what happened there. I'll have to report this. Obviously, this is why it's not in production version yet. Okay, so there's an issue with our browsers. They're working on them. It's a completely different chart build. It's using HTML5 rather than Windows. We're kind of excited about what's coming there. There's my chart. Okay. And look at Mara. I think Mara's starting to get a little tired. Clean energy. It's on my watch list. It's actually interesting trying to break back above that 200-day. I'm going to put an alert in here. If we can get back above all of these little spikes and yesterday's high, I might be interested in clean energy. We'll take a look and see what happens. TGB, another one that got me. You guys might have remembered that. I was really trying to give this thing some, I was really excited about it here, and then I gave it to the 20 on the backstop. Tried to break out that day. I said, yes, here we go. The following day, the trading gods just stepped all over my face. And I said, nope, no thanks. Don't need any part of that. So it's been tricky. It's been tricky. The new charts, well, obviously, as you can see, Peter, we're still being worked on. I think they're going to be in the next version, which could be, a week or two away. Probably no more than a week or two away. What happens if I go and try this one? It's going to give me the same thing, huh? Maybe not. Definitely not liking it. So they're still working on these charts. And now I can't get back into my old charts. Probably shouldn't have done that. Actually, it froze my system. There we go. Oh, hey, look at that. We are going to get an HTML chart. Okay. There you go. HTML. A little different look. A little different look and feel. Some of the moving averages are wider, thicker, as you can see, as you kind of compare side by side. And what we've got up here are, oops, I hate it when it does that. We've got anchored VWAP by itself. We've got indicators. There's our indicators. And we're going to have more. We're going to have pivot points. Ichimoro clouds. Look at that, pivot points. It's a mess, but let's turn that off. It's going to be a lot more fun stuff that we can do with HTML5 charts. Coming soon. Maybe just a week or two away, Peter. I'll turn these back into the Windows charts. All right, what's up, Mike C? Get a quick trade in AMAM. Yeah, we looked at that one earlier, and I talked about how it tried to hold that moving average and then bled right through. No, there's nothing that says it can't pop back up above and get back in motion. But, midday, once they break that moving average, it's just the chart telling me the momentum is dying, and I would rather be day trading momentum than hoping for it to return. Not to say it can't return, but I don't like being a hoper. I like having everything lined up the way I like it. Bill, what's up? Yes, yeah, that's a big one, Bill. We've definitely been prodding the developers to say we need a VWAP to stay on the charts. Matter of fact, I'm got the developers meeting coming up next. I'm making a note right now for my update. What is the status? And I know they're working on it to try and get a VWAP to stick. It shouldn't be that hard. They just need to figure out how to do it and prioritize it. But you telling me allows me to tell them and keeps it top of mind. Because I agree, that needs to happen. It's really goofy that you have to do that. I mean, let's see if they fixed it. I doubt they have. I would have heard something about it, but we'll go to browser interface. Go to anchored VWAP. Anchor off that. There's our VWAP. This is AMAM, right? So we'll go to the Qs, come back to AMAM. It's gone. So not done yet, but they are aware, and I will echo that again for you, Bill, because I want it to. I know Barry does as well. Barry's starting to really explore more of the AV WAP, and it would make it easier for all of us if we could return to the chart that we drew. Thank you for that reminder. Yep. I want it too, so I will not forget to ask. My mind med doing? I don't have much to monitor today, which is nice. Oops. So that's a bit of a scaling issue, it looks like there. So they're not quite ready for prime time yet. So I'll go back to my regular interface, and that's the way it should look. It's still got a green light for me. Plus, you'll notice when these big spikes come, you get a big spike in volume, and then the consolidation slowly peters out with volume. And then ideally, we'll get another one soon. All right, so what do you all want to talk about? Yep, there's a good demonstration right there of 1, 2, 3. Today's the 4th day it got as high as this up here in IREN. And there's your signal. It's done. Profit taking is now occurring in IREN. The people who bought down here under 3 are watching this and saying, I got to take my profits now before they get more lower, before they go lower. Which is why I don't like to chase things after 3 or 4 days, because you have that contingency of people in there that are just itching to pay themselves and take the profits by selling. We got 6 minutes, but I'm thinking this candle here is likely not going to recover. There's that one we looked at earlier, the new issue. The sideways action is encouraging. What do these guys do? Oh, just space exploration, infrastructure. Houston, we have a problem. Interesting. But new issues they're tough because you can't look left and try and gauge areas of resistance, pivots, and supports. SPY's back on highs? I guess so. Again, I would not want to be waiting for this market to break and be short because of your thesis of what's happening in the world. Stock market is a predictive entity, and so far it's holding up. Clean air. Just looking for a reason to bust out of that consolidation. UNG is really gross. It cannot get out of its own way. That's really sad. All we hear about is expensive nat gas and nat gas shortages and Nord Stream pipelines blowing up, right? You'd think that the market would go higher, but there's a perfect example of what you think and the chart not confirming your story. You have to defer to the chart. Just like I said earlier in this skin, I'm mad as hell that I fell victim to one of these front-running shorts that decided to pile on because the price was getting a little out of hand, and shorts probably, funny how it just got right up here at this critical point on a stock that's short 41%, and out of the blue they get some sort of a midnight short report of how this company is not good. Short sellers are necessary. We need short sellers to make a market. What's bullshit is when the SEC turns their back on naked short selling. and these companies that literally are out there to just destroy a good company with bad PR with nothing behind it. That's not cool. Short selling's okay. There's nothing wrong with short selling. You're taking the other side. You're a market maker. But when these banks start creating paper out of thin air to short Silver or GameStop or Ape or any of those, this is not going to go away, you guys. No matter what you think about it, GameStop and AMC, they're not going away. Going to be resolved somehow. And personally, I want to be exposed. The bullshit games that go on in the market that the SEC turns a blind eye to, and they go and they have lunch with each other and they wink. Let's go pick on the little guy who's got a following and a newsletter. That's my soapbox for the day. I would love nothing more than to see Citadel and some of these hedge funds exposed. It's different this time because they picked on a group of millennials who aren't going anywhere. So the typical game of shorting this thing into oblivion isn't working for them. So we're in a stalemate now. We're in a war of attrition with the meme stocks, the naked shorting. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's something going on there. And I know some people don't want to hear it. They get tired of it, but it's real. And I'd like to see it resolved sooner than later. But what I was saying was I'm not going to stick around in this skin because I feel like it's a big short squeeze and it should go higher. Okay, everything changed overnight. No matter what I feel, that moving average is slamming the price, and it gave that moving average away. That's not a pretty picture. There's no reason to stick around in that and try and, get your money back. They got you. Just get out. I hope they and their families enjoy their options, their puts. Because I'm sure they're smart enough not to do it in their own account. All right, guys, bottom of the hour. What do you want to talk about? Otherwise, I'll just keep rambling on that kind of stuff. Iran, you got 1 minute, but I don't think you're going to make it. Sure, Peter, what do I think of SERA? Medical laboratories, I'm going to guess. Let me resize this window and see what's going on here. Why am I not getting any data in my single stock window for Sarah? There it is. Another bug we're working on from the AWS. Okay, so no earnings. The gap up was something news related. Just curious. Data, okay, trial data. So you're in, you're in the medical, pharma, biotech space here, and things can happen quickly when studies are released and data is released. So yesterday they had some really good positive data. Follow through today. The last blow-off candle there is a little suspect because it kind of got ahead of itself and it has reversed. However, it's still above its rising 10 SMA. If we look left, it took out its first hurdle there at 290. Matter of fact, if I draw that, you'll be able to see something. You'll be able to see what a pivot line is. A pivot line is what we call prior support becomes future resistance. Very solid price action at a line like that called the pivot line. So as we transpose that pivot line into today here, well, you can see that's probably one of the reasons this blow off happened here. It ran through there, but that pivot line, whether they're algos or actual humans or whatever, recognizing that that's a level of a significant interest. So you had some supply come into sale there. It kind of makes sense. I don't know if I'd trust it at this point. It seems to have made its move yesterday. It's doubled in price almost over the last day and a half. I feel like this is a big resistance level here by looking left and seeing that pivot line, Peter. That's my thought. Not as nice as the other one was looking. And which one was that? SYNH, I think it was. Oh, you asked me about a different one. Asked me about. Oh, I guess it was that. Yeah, it was that SYNH $40 level. Still in play there. Still creeping higher. I like that one better than the last one you gave me. All right, and the lesson here should not be the assessment on Sarah stock in and of itself, but how it goes about his deductive reasoning. I guess you're just encapsulating what I was doing there. Dionysus. Yeah, so that would be my deductive reasoning there on Sarah. Hopefully that made sense. Looking left, Barry says it all the time. We found ourselves a pivot line, and that pivot line just so happened to correspond with that little blow off. So that's my reasoning on that one. Happy to look at anything else. If anybody's like shy or wants me to look at something, that's what we're here for. I remember last week, I think we created this pullback to the 10. Let's see how this is doing. So I'm back on the early morning. We're looking at the arrow. Okay, this was a scan I made for somebody in real time, looking for stocks that are up but pull back down and hit their 10 SMA on the 15, which is the blue arrow. So let's go through some of these older names and this morning and see that blue arrow and how the price resolved itself after that blue arrow touching the 10 SMA. So far, pretty sloppy, which is to be expected, I guess. Yeah, everything just kind of touches and that one looks okay, even though it was a bit sloppy. That one's still holding up. CF earnings. That one's holding up. QDEL. So I've talked a lot about, stocks being up and then coming and touching that 10 SMA. And this was what we made last week. We made this scanner, and I said I was going to incorporate it into my desktop and save that. And I'll go ahead and I'll pop that out there for anybody who wants it. Go back to 10 SMA on a 15-minute. These can be interesting entries in the first half of the day, not the second half of the day. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Dionysus. There's a lot of checklists. Is there news? What's the news? Has it run? Is it in consolidation? How's the sector doing? Does it have earnings coming up? What's the short float? Look left. Zoom out. Is there a pivot level? Is there a moving average? A lot of things to just try and line up and see where they go. Just buying a stock because a guru said so, that's going to eventually it's going to hurt you. You really want to know why you're in it and what your checklist is. I definitely don't like chasing things that have run already, that's for sure. Hello, Timothy. LW. Let's look at LW. Interesting. So let's go through here. What do we got? Food manufacturing. Okay. Those are going up in price. Distribution, frozen potato, global food. Okay, so it's a food, as we watch a lot of food manufacturing facilities go up in flames mysteriously. This could be an interesting concept. Does the chart confirm the story? Well, yeah, it kind of does. Looks like it was on the $100 roll here once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. It keeps pounding on 100. So there's definitely a major psychological level going on there. We look left. We're not seeing much more. So these might be all-time highs here. Go to weekly. Okay, so we're at all-time highs. We're consolidating here on the weekly. That's good. We've had a darn good run down here from 50. So we basically doubled over the last year. But that's a beautiful looking weekly chart as well. You've got the 10-week moving average coming up to support it. So if we go back to the daily, there's really only one way to play this. And that is what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to put an alert in, price alert right there, 133. And we have no short float to worry about, so there's no squeeze potential. We have no earnings coming up. I think it's not a bad looking chart. Now you buy it here, you basically you're buying an anticipation trade, and you're hoping that the moving averages are going to win the battle between the 100 round resistance, which has been tapped on 5 times now. Our range is getting skinnier and tighter. All-time highs lurk right up here. So yeah, I don't think I'd want to lose track of this one, Timothy. So I went ahead and marked that one up. If you're already in it, let's say if I was already in it, and when I do an anticipation trade, I might buy a third or a half. Puts it on the radar for me. And then if I get that push on volume and my price alert goes off, then I add and complete the full size position. I've been known to do that as well. But in this case, I'm kind of jaded today and I'm not really taking any new positions. However, I'm always looking for new ideas, and this is an interesting idea. So I'm glad you brought that up, Timothy. It's I don't know if you're currently in it. If you're currently in it, what you don't want to see is a close below the 20. It kind of gave us a little hiccup there, but it got right back into shape the next day. 1, 2, 3. If you include today, 4 tests of the 20-day SMA from the underside. So this is the range, 98.50 to 100 and a quarter. If you're in it, you just want to be patient and don't want to see this thing gap down. Obviously, that's always a risk, but you don't want to see it trade and close below that 20 SMA, because that has been proving to be a holding ground so far. Yeah, Patrick, that's a tough one because our news, however, I shouldn't say it's a tough one because I think we're switching to a new news provider. And I will make a note right now. Can the new news data stream be converted into chart marking? As you know, we do those for earnings. We have that yellow stripe in there for earnings. But we don't necessarily always know, I guess, how to parse through the news. What news is more significant than others? But in the case of I'm sure we could do something like, if the news created a gap bigger than 5%, we could probably show that on the chart or something. There had to be some sort of threshold. It's not an unusual request. I'll bring it up and see if that can be incorporated into our new HTML5 charts, along with the new data provider we have. Because right now, whether you realize it or not, our news is basically just a Google Finance scrape. So if something, the API comes out on that symbol, it gets scraped and thrown into here. And if we click on it, it takes us right to the actual news story without ever having to go through Google. But that's what's happening now. Whether or not we can change that to show something that has earnings. Was it which one was it that had earnings? I think it was Iran. One of them had earnings. I guess I was confused. There we go, this one. So there's our earnings stripe right there. That's pretty cut and dry, black and white earnings, yes or no. But this right here, this gap up, is there news in there? Let's take a look. Looks like there might have been an upgrade. Maybe. Pops. Jump. Looks like it was just follow through from earnings. So I think the only hard part would be really to decide, what is newsworthy for a chart stamp and what isn't. But I will explore that. Patrick? Okay, you took a small position. Yeah, that's probably the right thing to do, Timothy. Put it on your radar. Get a feel for it. And if it fails, it's a paper cut. But now you're watching it, and as you know, we all know there's thousands of symbols that we can be watching at any time. And the more we can do to try and turn that fire hose into more of a drip hose of the things that we want to see, the better. And we do that through races to try and find the action. We do that through filters in our settings and our scans. And we do that through, I lost my train of thought. Price alerts. That's what I was meaning to say. So what I've done in LW is I've added some workflow here. I am not going to lose track of LW. Now all I had to do was right click and set a price alert. Now it has turned into an actual alert. So if LW wants to break through that, I might be participating with you. Not today. I'd rather see it happen in the morning. I don't trust breakouts and things like that in the afternoon unless they're news related. Typically, your momentum and breakout moves are going to happen in the morning. And to take it a step further, a lot of times they might even happen on a head fake, like that ape did this morning. Head fake down and pop right back up. But now, ape could just literally just break this consolidation and just kind of fade into the close and do nothing. But for me, the best moves are in the first 2.5, 3 hours of the day, no matter if you're a day trader or a swing trader. So good luck, Timothy. I'll definitely see that alert if it goes through. All right. Looks like we're caught up. What's weak today? Bonds, airlines. All right. You too, Timothy. Good luck on the LW. I might be there with you if it triggers. All right, let's see how some of these races have resolved that we looked at. This AMAM can't get back above its moving average. Lunar, new issue. Hey, it's a tough one. A new issue can go either way, but it could get interesting here. But if this thing failed, it could fail quick. Not a lot of data on it. New issues, sometimes it takes a little while for some of the float and things to pop in there. Did that iron ever recover? Let's see. Nope. Iran can't get back above its moving averages. And there's a new one. So that was what I mentioned earlier. I just felt like it was going to fail after a couple of days of run. I don't trust him after 3 or 4 days. In the second half of the afternoon here is when you start to get stuff that bleeds through the momentum. So add that to the checklist. Time of day. SOBR reclaimed its intraday, but boy, it sure has extended on the daily. A lot of space between the price and the nearest moving average. Here's that Sarah that Peter brought up. Again, I drew that line because it's a glaring pivot point. However, the moving average is still holding. I'm not saying it can't, but 2 strikes against it are 1, that washout topping tail, and 2, the fact that it did it above this known pivot level. So that gives me a lot of caution. I wouldn't take an entry right here. I wouldn't trust it. Even if it does try to bounce off there, I just don't think I can trust it. It doesn't mean I'm right. It's just a matter of what I trust. Might have to get myself a California burrito today, Patrick. It's been a week. S&P and Qs giving no threat of any selling. They're just consolidating sideways, waiting for some sort of catalyst to possibly move the currents higher. We'll see. This is still that scan that I shared earlier. Anything that's strong on the day and coming back and touching its 10 SMA. I did drop the scan earlier, but again, I will qualify it and say I trust this scan in the first 3 hours of the day. Second 3 hours of the day, I do not trust those types of setups, because that's when a lot of day traders are taking their profits. The second half of the day, it's just harder to get that movement. It's kind of nice to have risk off right now. I'm not sweating a bunch of positions. This is the only one I have. And again, just playing the game of a swing trader with patience. There's no decision to be made here. It's a beautiful flag. Personally, I'll give it the 20-day SMA. I mean, I'm in the money on this. I bought it down here. So I bought it in the first consolidation phase. Worst case possible. If I can't get it to go, I'll flat it. Hey, Bowie. All right, I'll be around for a little while longer. Anything else anybody wants to look at? Any charts, any trading questions?
Yeah, I completely disagree.
What do you disagree about?
Believe it or not, Steve, Michael and I were talking about this on Tuesday, and I'm actually finding that I love the afternoon for trading
Oh, yeah, it's a
way
different
more.
style. It's a different style. Yeah.
Well, what I find happens is that in the first 3 4 hours, especially the first hour, things are they're still relatively volatile. Stocks go up and down, up and down, up and down, and I find that the ones that have been like that, the ones that maybe I saw in the pre-market, sometimes, not all of them, of course, but a lot of times in the afternoon, they have settled down for several hours. And
Mm-hmm.
then all of a sudden, the buying or interest comes back in.
Yeah.
And this is after maybe, a period of some consolidation and all, when the froth is kind of over. And we were kidding around. I was saying that, if I weren't doing this, having to moderate a room, I mean, I could conceivably not start trading till 10 o'clock our time on the Pacific Coast. I'm really serious about it, because I'm just finding so many stocks that, yeah, I mean, they look wonderful in the first hour, but as long as you time it right, and then they just sort of die for a long time, and then all of a sudden they sort of pick up in the afternoon. These are the ones that I follow anyway. I'm not talking necessarily large cap stocks, but
Right.
and so I'm definitely, I love the afternoon trading.
Well, it just goes to show you there's no one right way to do it. I'm a slower paced swing trader guy, and you're
And I'm
a
in this nerd. Sorry, I'm in this nerd short. I just took this nerd short. Uh,
and you play the news. You play a lot more news stocks or NRDS.
only. Well, okay. When you say play, I mean I'm always in the pre-market. I'm always looking to see if there's news, if there was a
Uh-huh.
reason for a stock to move up or down. But I don't. As I've said before to many times, I have a checklist, but news is not one of them. I mean, a checklist that everything has to be checked. If it's news or some sort of news, earnings, whatever, it's a bonus. That's all. But it doesn't have to be news driven at all.
Okay.
But typically, let's face it, if a stock is up 30 or 40%, there's got to be some reason. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just some Reddit group that's got a hold of it and just running with it.
Yeah.
But usually there's some reason.
We have a good short in nerds there. I love the way it broke that momentum
Yes,
line. A day and a half,
yes,
that's
yes,
my day and a
yes.
half on the upside. Yesterday, today, half a day, everybody starts taking profits, and it breaks that momentum line, and there's no reason you can't ride that short.
Well, I was very ticked off because yeah, you probably haven't, if you take a look at my 10-day daily breakout, um, you probably didn't see it, but my goodness, we had about, I'd say about 10 out of the 12 were awesome. Look at CYH as an example. CYH, and I sort of dismissed it. I thought, there's too much resistance in the weekly chart. CYH at $6.40, I had the alert. Okay. And, it's an
Yeah,
earnings play. So it
yeah,
is an earnings
yeah,
play.
yeah.
AM at 256, I had
We,
the alert, and it got up to what, 372.
yeah.
FSLY is the one yeah, I just missed these because I was doing something else. FSLY at 1433. Look at it now, $17 just about. Um, and I could go on my 10-day daily breakout. It's if I had to only do one thing, I know I love the races, but if I had to do only one thing, I would only look at my 10-day daily breakout and my 10-day daily breakdown. And that's all. Because I don't you said earlier, you talked about the fire hose and
Yeah,
getting that fire hose down to a drip. And
yeah.
that's what this does, because I've got some really tough filters in
I don't
there.
think I have a copy of that scan. If I do,
No?
I don't know if I do.
Oh,
You might have to drop it in the trader support for us. I'll
okay.
take a
Yeah.
look. Yeah.
Oh yeah, every day, every single day. And it doesn't matter on the downside. OGN was a short on the downside. Look at that, 2674 was the alert, and it got down to 2467. It's an earnings play, and let's face it. When you say, "Do I look at the news?" I mean, when I get an alert, I'm going to see, okay, is it an earnings play? Oh, okay, obviously bad earnings, and then looking left, looking left, looking left, and yeah, but just give me, yeah, I'll drop that into the traders area.
Cool. Jeffrey, I'm Steve. I took over for Barry for an hour. Barry's going to take over again. I'm a slower paced swing trader, and I like to play morning momentum. And Barry was talking about how he doesn't mind buying afternoon momentum. So it's just a good demonstration of there's no one right way to do it. It's an art form. We all approach it a little differently. We have our own little set of checklists that we look through. But he's got me intrigued on this scan, so I'll take a look at it. And
Well, the nice thing is that you don't get very many alerts. I mean,
yeah, it's very
that's the
nice.
nice
Yeah,
thing.
that's the nice thing about the races too. If you just use that top 10 list, you're just trying to keep things simple and focused.
Yep,
Cool.
exactly.
All right. Well, thanks,
I'll
Barry.
let you go now.
All right. Sounds good. I'll
I
see
will
you
take
later.
over. You bet.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I am now back in the main room and back in Discord. Okay, guys. So I was just talking to Steve in our YouTube room, and I was saying I took this nerd short, NRDS short, and why did I do it? Well, a lot had to do with the anchored VWAP and the anchored VWAP. Not on, you don't see it on this screen here, but yeah, I mean, I just looked at this and it was holding underneath 19. While Steve was talking, I was watching it, and the bid ask was about 1893, 1894, 1893, 1895, and it never really tried to get above 19 again. And so the minute it dipped underneath 90, that's when I took it. And easy stop. Just put a stop at 90 at 19. So I had about a 10-cent stop, and now this has run what, almost 30 cents. So almost a one for three. Well, Jeffrey, it's not so much afternoon dip buys. So yeah, I was talking to when I was talking to Steve. This is for the other two rooms. Steve was talking about how he hates trading in the afternoon. And I just had to, well, when I took over for him, I was saying, I love trading in the afternoon. I find that things set up better in the afternoon. I'm really finding that. And, obviously in the first hour of the day, sure, that's where the big moves are, but also the big, all the volatility too. So I'm just finding that things seem to settle down. And then in the afternoon, some of these ones that were really active in the morning, they've maybe settled down, and then they all of a sudden get kickstarted again. And so that's why I actually prefer to trade in the afternoon. So it's not so much. Jeffrey, that I'm dip buying. Okay, it's in fact I'm not much of a dip buyer. Look at it. Look at nerds. I mean, I did. This is certainly not a dip buy. This is a trade underneath that whole number, and stock that was obviously awesome for quite a while, but started to give it up. Gave up the 200. Gave up the VWAP of 1918, and that's what alerted me to the fact that I should be watching this, giving up the VWAP. And now covering, as it pops up, because it's still a strong stock. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It is still a strong stock but I just looked at this and thought, okay, you've got it. And this got down to, man, 1844. I didn't, I wish I could say I got out all the way down to the bottom here, but no, that was a nice trade. Yeah, Poe. I mean, it is, the thing is you're right. I mean, I think this stock seemed to just set up better later on in the day. You're not trying to chase things so much. No, does it always work? Of course not. But for instance, what stock am I looking at now? You know, uh, the INZI as an example, right? The INZI, I don't know what it's going to do. No idea. Now we were watching one yesterday. I can't remember what it was, and it never did take out that excuse me, the VWAP. We were watching one yesterday, probably around the same price. Can't remember what it was. But if volume comes in, you can just sort of see the volume is completely tailed off. But if it comes in, and I've got an alert set up here around 316, if it comes in, then it'll probably take up the VWAP, and it could go on a run. Okay, later on. And why would it be of interest? Well, it did get up to 340. It's trying to hold the 200-day moving average at 292. You can see it right there, 292. So it's right between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. I mean, so if it can break out on some volume, this could have another run in it, as an example. Well, Jeffrey, I open the room at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. The question is when. No, that's the main room. I get on the mic at 9. Let's just say this. There is a main room which I do open at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and or no later than. Usually it's earlier than that. I get up. Well, I'm up around 4:30 my time. So whenever I get up, I open the room, but it's no later than 5 my time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And so the traders in that room can converse among themselves. I then get on the mic at 9 in all the rooms. So just to give you an idea or give you the link, and there is another trading room. I mean, YouTube is fine if you just want to, if you don't care about conversing with other traders that much, YouTube is fine, but there is another room where there are more traders and there's more action amongst traders. It's the same. They hear me and they see my screen, so it's the same. So you don't have to be in both. Okay, Yadi. So let me take a look at Sarah. So first of all, pre-market alerts. Okay, pre-market alerts. You'd have to have you have to be using a pre-market high or something like that. Okay, if you want to see pre-market highs. So for instance, let me see if I do a history, it might show it. Let's just see. Show what I'm talking about. So this is what I use. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Really, it's the top list window. Okay, it's the top list window up and down. This is, I mean, I don't mind using it. It's text to voice. So, I can hear her, it's a female voice. I can hear her telling me every time a stock makes a new high or a new low with the filters. So if I do a history of this one, let's just see. Let's see if Sarah showed, if that even showed up yesterday. So I can see that the first time, because I think I've got this on that 701. Like Sarah definitely showed up here at 901 at 219. Okay. It obviously made a new high, a pre-market. This is all pre-market, of course. Did it show up any earlier? Let's see if it says more available. Let's see if it showed up earlier than that. Doesn't look like it. So you have to, okay, first of all, let me do this real time. Let me do it again. So I've actually got this on the mode that it'll show me the first time the alert happened. Okay, you might have seen that you saw UPST many times, but the first time in this one making a new high for a pre-market high, it happened at 901 as an example. Now you say 830. Now one of the reasons might be maybe a filter. I don't know. Let's see. Take a look. Was it 50? Was it 50,000 shares? Was it 25 cents above the previous close? Was it there are all sorts of reasons why that may not have shown up earlier than that at 8:30 when the so-called news hit. But it certainly happened at 9:01. So could you have seen it earlier? Probably if you reduce those filters. But the problem with doing that, again, is that you will see a lot of other stocks that you might not be interested in. So it's not a matter of doing something wrong. Now, the other thing you can do, I think that a new 5-minute high also works in the pre-market. I think, typically all I use is the pre-market is a pre-market high, but a new 5-minute high might work also. I've never tried that. There is a PDF out there that tells you all the alerts that you can use in the pre-market, alerts and filters that you can use in the pre-market. So it's not that you're doing anything wrong. But you see what I'm saying? You can, but the number one thing is to have you can, if you create an alert window, and if you just care about the stocks making new highs in the pre-market, then you have to use this filter, or this alert. Okay, the pre-market highs. And then of course this one is the pre-market lows. So does that make sense? So I mean you can keep your alert window that you have. The only thing is make sure you don't have the relative volume filter active in it. Okay, notice I don't have the relative volume. If you use the relative volume filter, then you won't get any data. So if you're trying to see something happening in an alert window in the pre-market, do not use that relative volume, the current volume filter. Okay. So are we good, Yeti, or do you need more explanation? Now, the other thing too, just make sure if you are using a top, like I use a top list, of course, in the pre-market, but you have to make sure, oops, get back to, but you have to make sure in a top list to make sure you get data in the pre-market, you have to select the time frame live always. Okay, make sure that you in your time frame. So if you right click, if you want data coming in the pre-market on your top list window, make sure that you right click on time frame and make sure it says live always. Live during market hours. I mean, some people just want to see live during market hours. In other words, from 9:30 to 4. But if you use live always, so I mean, I really use this. Now, the other thing you could do, Yadi, is create a race. You can create a race in the pre-market, and you would have probably seen Sarah moving up or Sarah moving up. So yeah, okay, now I'm sort of reading again. When you did your history, it's only going to go to 9:30 because you probably, I don't know what your alert was. Was it a new, if it was just a new high, you must be using new pre-market high, just like I did. Okay. Are we good? Appreciate that, Jeffrey. Manu is going nuts right now. MANU. It is going nuts. Again, probably rumors about, oh, give me a break. They were talking, okay, is Elon considering a Manchester? This was yesterday. Okay. Okay, so here is something I can give to you. Yeah, I know that Pepe also gave you something, the stock. Yes, the ticky of the stocks like this. This is something that I use. I don't use it very often anymore because I'm not really trying to create any new alerts or any new column strategies or, but let me just show you what I'm talking about. And you can try this. So this is called the stocks like this. Okay. Now don't get overwhelmed by all the headers that you've got here. Because what this can do, so stocks like this template. So if I wanted to, so for instance, Sarah, okay, I'll go yesterday, number one. But when I go to configure and I go to symbols, symbol lists, okay, single symbol. This is a drop down menu. All symbols, only the following, or single symbols. Let's do Sarah, SERA, okay. Now, I would probably have to add, if I want to see what happened in the pre-market, I guess. I've never tried it like this, but we'll see what happens. So I've got the pre-market and new high. Okay, let's see what happens here. Now this might be the, okay, yesterday. Here we go. Here's yesterday. Now you see, we're going to get overwhelmed. So here's Sarah at 8:30. Okay, this is what, so this obviously made a pre-market high. Okay, the price was 140. This is telling you, what was the system seeing at that time? only 60 shares that traded, then 160, then one as it was moving higher. This is what the gap was. The relative volume, forget about that. You can see how it says one in the pre-market, and then all of a sudden, once the market opens, it gives you the actual number. This is what our server is seeing. That's why you can put as many column headers as you want. So a lot of these may not be of any interest to you, but you can put whatever column header you want to see, okay, at first alert right here, what was the system seeing? Well, you're not seeing pre-market in alert history because you don't have you probably should be you have to have probably the pre-market high as an alert. I don't look at pivot points, Peter, no. Okay. And if you're talking about alerts, then you probably I don't know what alert were you using? A new high for the day? Because obviously a new high for the day, market hasn't opened. You have to be using pre-market. Well, I thought you wanted to know, where could you have seen Sarah as an example? It's not back testing it. It's just telling you. You ask what happened yesterday with Sarah. Look at 831. I mean, there's only 3,000 shares traded. And this is something that people can use if you want to create your own. If you said to yourself, well, okay, let's take a look at it up here. Obviously enough volume now. Can I create an alert window that might give us future SIRAs? What were the values that were used? What was our server showing? Here's the volume. I mean, huge volume. You probably wouldn't have to say 49 million, but you know what I mean. This is the gap, volume in 1 minute percent, 5 minute. But I would use a top list, Yadi. I would use a top list. You want to see the ones that are moving, and then create a race from it if that's what you really want to do. Okay, you can use the pre-market actives. In fact, I wonder if I still have it. I know I created it for somebody. Pre-market actives up. So, I mean, it will still work now, but if you use this in the pre-market, you will see stocks that are moving. Okay, and Sarah probably would have been one of them. So again, this is the top list. So if you when you get up and you start running this race immediately, you will see the stocks that are moving in race format, which probably is as good, which should probably satisfy what you're looking for. Never mind an alert, you'll see it. You'll see it moving higher. If you give me your alert window, I'll tell you why you're not getting it. Because I have a feeling it's because you don't remember the pre-market. If you're using pre-market highs, you will get it. You'll be able to do a history, and you will get it. I'm sorry, Yadi. What's happening is I see that you're actually answering me, but this is for whatever reason, it's not scrolling down. So I was missing. Get rid of this. Well, let's see if that showed up. I don't know if that shows up in the pre-market, so I'll just have to do a search on that. Some things just don't work in the pre-market, but let's try it again. Okay, Sarah. All right, why is it not changing? So I'm going to have to add the pre-market high though. Okay, I'm going to have to add because the market hasn't opened yet, so that other one will not work. So I'm just going to now I can keep it there. Okay, now do the history tomorrow of yesterday. Okay, so here is the volume 1 minute percent. So evidently it does work. For whatever reason, well, it didn't do it here, but it started at 8:30. 1,400%, but it's only 1,000 shares. Okay, so this is what the server was seeing. But look what happened once the market opened. I mean, crazy. I mean, this went from 3,000 shares traded. Now it might have traded more between 8:30 and 9, but it wasn't making a new high. Maybe it was, it was still trading, but it wasn't making a new high. That's why it's not. That's why there were no alerts showing between 8:31 and 9. But you can see the volume just exploded. That's where it exploded. Between 8:30 and 9, as you say, maybe that news hit. What I will do, I'll see if a new 5 minute high works. I've never tried a 5 minute high. Let's just do it. Oops. New 5 minute high. We'll add the alert and see if that now we'll do it again. No. Nope. Yeah, see the five. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it does work. 8:43, there was a 5 minute high. So in other words, so that you could use the 5 minute high instead of the a pre-market high, like a high in the pre-market, the new high in the pre-market. You could use a 5 minute high. Why you might want to do that is because a stock may have moved up and then it's moved down and then it starts moving up and it's a 5 minute high. Make sense? So these are all 5 minute highs as it was moving higher, and then bam, 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 bam. So there it is. You asked about the 1 minute. There it is right there. But again, the volume was only 10,000, 1,000 shares. But, you know, really, really starting to increase. You know, this is 8:31, and then, you know, I mean, this is seconds. Seconds. This is happening. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:23. I'm going to do my video now. I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'm going to do my video now. Time is at 1:23, so I'd say 1:33. Okay, I will put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yadi, what alert configuration are you talking about? If you're talking about that big list, that big stocks like this template, it's not so much an alert configuration. It's just having all those filters on top so you can see what the server saw when, say, the stock made a new 5-minute high or a new pre-market high. That's all it's doing. So there's not really any filters involved. So I don't know which one you're talking about. Like when you say show me the filters or the alert configuration. Oh, okay, you're happy now. Excellent. The pre-market high. Yes. You can also use the 5-minute high. Okay. You can also use a 5-minute high if you want. Again, so what that'll do, let's just say that FSLY was active in the pre-market. Let's pretend that this, if you can see my 15-minute chart, let's pretend that this is actually happening in the pre-market. Okay. So you would not see FSLY again unless it took out 1708. Okay, the high. So it may pull back, but then all of a sudden it may start again and make a new 5-minute high, right? So you would see it maybe on its way back if that's of interest. If you just care about the stocks making new highs in the pre-market, then that's fine. All right, guys, let's see. So marketing meeting in about half an hour. Oh, I should have flipped the script on a Carvana, CVNA. This is just now would have turned into a nice short. Great short. Wow. Look, the fortunes have turned around for this RDW also. Remember, this was one that was moving down. Now this is moving up. RDW, RDW on the move here, guys. On the move through the VWAP. On the move. Took out yesterday's high. Well, briefly took out yesterday's high. 409 was yesterday's high. Big bottoming tail because at one point this was really moving down. I was actually considering to short it. Now let's see how well it holds over 4, guys. This is RDW. And looking on the weekly chart, this has, let's see, 398. So it's above that. Yeah, so 469 is the next high looking left on the weekly. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on the weekly chart for RDW. And this is yeah, low float, 19 million in the float. Yeah, it's pretty erratic. That's a big move for this one, you know. I mean, it looked like this was going to really give it up. You can just see that big bottoming tail on the daily chart right there. But you see the little volume spike on the 15-minute chart. If you can see my 15-minute chart, see that big volume bar right there? Hmm. I'll be interested in this one if it gets back up, maybe to about the 418, 416, 418 mark as a recovery here because it's got the room when you look left on a weekly chart. SLND, this looks like this is an IPO today, guys. SLND. No, that's weird. Very weird. Well, this halted. I'm sorry. So this was halted. I have no idea what's going on here on this chart. This is like a pitchfork. I have no idea. SLND. Here you moment, guys. I just want to do something here. New docked window. I'm going to create something so I don't have to do this every single time. Mm. Okay, now when I do my video, I can just load this one. Okay, RDW guys, keep an eye on it, but it's got to get up into, I really think it's got to get back into the 420s. Ooh, DNB, another earnings play, guys, done in done in Bradstreet. Good to see. Look at this. Look at this stock just cratering here. Didn't really see this. Probably the relative volume might have been a little light until now. Uh, Looks like 1188 is the low looking left approximately. So this has got a little bit of room wants to keep running down. Unfortunately, we're in a bit of chase mode on this, so yeah, it would have been great to have seen this. And I could construct a scan to have seen this, but it might have, seen a lot of other ones we don't want to see. But look at that break on the VWAP right up here around 1270. Okay, guys, I did, I'm out of the short, obviously, of nerds, but this could be getting going again on the long side. NRDS, take a look at NRDS. NRDS, NRDS. Now, it got as high as almost $20, okay? I guess it did get as high as, yeah, $20. What you'd want to see happen, though, is for it to take out the VWAP, which is at around 1916. Okay, so let's see if it can take this out. I'll put a price alert right, well, it says 1916, so it's, because I guess I'm using pre-market data, it's a slightly different, but I'll put an alert around 1913, okay? For nerds, because I want to see if it gets close to that VWAP, and then let's see if it takes it out with some volume, and then, because it still has a lot of room to that 20 mark. And crazy me, I did not even realize that FSLY, not that it really mattered, but was an earnings play. I had no idea it was an earnings play also. At least earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction though. No big reaction. I think it was the upgrades, the further upgrades that helped this one along. Oof. I looked at this one earlier, guys. I just, the spread is just kind of, look at this FR8. I was looking at it right around here at 78. This is the one that got up to in the pre-market 85. This is is it Kazakhstan? Yeah, I don't know how many other stocks we have that are out of Kazakhstan. Companies listed on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ, actually. Borat's hometown. Yeah. All right. Well, again, setting a price alert for RDW, not anticipating. Now, what happened to it? No, reset at 414. I thought I had set the price alert anyway. This Sarah CEO or Sierra is still hanging in there. I mean, it's holding the VWAP. The VWAP's way down here. Still kind of holding the VWAP. And the high was 314. So again, this could have a late day surge. All right, a little bit of a bounce for Carvana, CVNA, a little bit of a bounce. Well, the next high for Sober is 336 on the weekly chart. It got up to, I believe, past that. Yeah, not quite. 336 is the next high. It got up to 325 in the pre-market, SOBR. Vegas, VGAS. Okay, guys. This looks like this is okay, this looks like it was trading in the pre-market. So this is a SPAC. Verity Clean Fuels announced completion of the business combination. Okay, so now this is trading as VGAS. It was trading like that in the pre-market. Had a nice little run up to 14, but now cut in half. A minute, guys. All right, so nerds did not trigger either. Nerds, NRDS did not trigger. RDW did not trigger. Again, keeping me out of trades, not trying to anticipate any sort of a break. Well, Interactive Brokers had IREN shorts earlier. There's still none, so I guess there's not been a lot of short covering yet at Interactive Brokers anyway. Whoa, what's this one? THCH, China stock, THCH. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 649. So there's a little bit of room on this one. THCH. THCH. The issue I've got with it is the spread 601, 610. Not a good spread. No, not that much volume. If it were a little less spready, I might be inclined, but see, you guys are talking about it. Yeah, I've been kind of following that story regarding Tesla. Looks like it really didn't have that big an effect. All right, nerds making a very minor move over 19. No. And VGAS just got halted again on the way, I guess on the way up this time, on the way up. Okay, guys, nerds is inching its way up. NRDS inching its way up. But we need to, so I'll get an alert before the VWAP, probably. Let's see, but I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute. I can always trade while I'm in the meeting, but I'm going to see what happens here and see if I can get up to the view app, close above it, and then move. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself right now. I'm back from the meeting, short meeting. Keeping an eye on the SERA. It had a little charge over 3. It's pulled back a little bit. I want to see if it takes out 3 again. The other thing, Luis, if you're brand new, I can show you a course that you probably should take a look at if you're brand new to trading. Okay, go to my homepage. I'll put my homepage link in. This is free. Okay, so there's my homepage link. I just put it in. If you click on the link, you will be brought to this page. It'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a little bit. Scroll. Click on the education set. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting it's here now. Trading 101. Trading 101. Okay. Series of videos put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock. I mean, it sounds as basic as you can get, but seriously, if you're new to trading, there's no shortcuts. No shortcuts. I mean, we've got a great program. It's called Trade Ideas, okay? And yes, it generates ideas, but if you don't know what to do with them, if you can't recognize, well, okay, I get this idea. Is this a good pattern? What's happening? What do I do? You really should take a look at that course. Okay, keeping a close eye on this Syrah. See, if Syrah can just take off again, quite frankly. Meanwhile, look at FSLY, just absolutely a monster day. Hasn't really, I think it had a little pullback. Yeah, the minor little pullback. Still looking excellent. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1731. So maybe getting into a little bit of a resistance area. Like maybe. But with this one, I mean, the fantasy area would be up around 20. If you look at the weekly chart, you see a bunch of stuff right around that 20 level. New to the trading room. Okay. Welcome. Legendary. I'm sure there's a reason behind that. Nickname. And I forgot, I should be always welcoming anybody who's brand new into the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:20 to 3:30 Eastern time. Live in the mic and sharing my screen. All right, guys, keep an eye on INZY. Look at INZY trying to get over that 3 mark. It's over. It's the VWAP is 305. Would have to take that VWAP out. All right, let's see now. I'm watching SERA, SERA. That's my number one watch right now to see if it can really hold three and move from there. They had a big day, of course, earlier. Had a big day. I'm sorry, I'm I'm looking at Izzy right now, or Inzi right now. When I get the Sierra chart up. And I'm continuing to watch the nerds. It's like a TV sitcom. Watch the nerds. Um, it's gotta get over that VWAP. 1915. Now, again, if it hits the VWAP, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately or anything like that, but I do want to know about it. Yeah, this one showed up a lot earlier. This EOSE. Wow, look at this move through the 200-day moving average now. A little late now. This is showing up for me right around 150 mark. All right, nerds. So you're not a subscriber, obviously, to Trade Ideas Legendary. If you do call, if you have you have to live up to that title. Okay, so we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. A lot of screeners out there, but we are a scanner. We have screening capabilities, of course, but we are a scanner. Just to give you an idea. So we have, for instance, if you look here, I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar, and then click on momentum. All these channels are theme based. So if I click on the momentum channel, I'm just giving you a very brief overview of what you can do. So this is an alert window called momentum. And by the way, so all these are shareable, plus I have scans that I'm sharing. So for instance, this is a momentum scan. So what is it looking for? You right click, you click on configure, look at EOSE, and click on the summary. And this is sort of the same for any scan you create or the ones that we've created for you. So this is what it's looking for. This is the screening aspect. Stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is the key one. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's an example, okay? And you could have this scan, of course. You could customize it to your, you might want a different price range, or maybe you want a different volume, things like that. But we give you a lot of scans that are created in these channels. You just, the idea is then to take a look at them. And you right click on the summary, and you see what it's looking for. And now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If we click on search, all these icons that you see here, these are the alert icons, real-time alert icons. Okay, so this is what gives you a real-time alert. So, we start off with the new high, new low, and all the way down. Never, ever, ever get overwhelmed by how many we have. And if I scroll down here, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. We have a lot of them because when the company started, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans if they want to create their own scans. So we had to have a lot of alerts, a lot of different alerts, a lot of different filters, so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's kind of a brief overview of what Trade Ideas is all about. We have scans that we share that you can customize a little bit to your own. And we have, of course, the ability to create your own scans. And right now we've got a 25% off for President's Day. I mean, I'm trying to sell you hard on it, but I mean, if you wanted to take a look at the program, and just to give you an idea, you could easily just start off with like virtually everything you see here is just part of our standard service. And so a monthly standard would be 118, less than 25%. And you can make up your mind then, after a month. If you don't like it, then you just unsubscribe. Or you could keep going with a monthly. It would, if you kept going with a monthly, it would be 118 going forward. Or you could take out an annual if you want. We, oops, the standard is $1,000 for an annual minus the 25%. So just to give you an idea. Yeah, lots of pre-built scanners for you. And I say all those channels, they are all theme based. Okay, guys. NRDS, NRDS, NRDS. The next free trial, well, it's not quite free, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. We don't know yet. It's what we have is what we call a test drive. And for 10 days, 10 trading days, it'll cost you $11.11. And you'll have access to the full program. But I don't know when it's going to start. We really would like to we've got some new charts on the way, but there are a lot of bugs in them. And so we have to, I think the plan was to have those new charts, the HTML charts, which we can do a lot more with, but it's being internally tested right now, not these charts that you see here, internally tested right now. And, there is work to be done. Looking at Redfin and DraftKings. Okay, so first of all, I never take a trade. I never play earnings, if you will. Okay, so when is DraftKings? EKNG. That's me though. I mean, you don't have to do what I do. Yeah. So post market. So they have earnings after hours. So I never, ever, ever. I call it gamble on earnings. I'm not going to. I don't care how many posts I read that. Oh, they're going to have blowout earnings or they're not going to have blowout earnings. I always wait for the next day. That's me though. Guys, syrup and Redfin would be the same thing. I just don't play earnings. I can always wait till they come out and then I can make up my mind. Now, what you're going to say probably is, yeah, but what happens if DraftKings comes out with tremendous earnings and, if I bought it right now at 820 and maybe it gaps up to 30? Yeah, it might happen, but I just don't do that. I just find it too much of a gamble. But others may have a completely different take. So certainly not. I'm not the like the be all and the end all when it comes to stuff like that. Okay. Now the premium feature, this is what it looks like. Okay, you get these alerts that come in. You don't have to do anything. These are automatically, they just show up, and how you trade them will be up to you. I mean, there is a little more to the premium feature than that. I mean, if you're into, say, back testing your strategies, okay, if you're looking to back test your strategies, you come up with some, maybe you think, for instance, that, you know what, I wouldn't mind trying an opening range break strategy. So anything that breaks, out over the 15-minute high of the day, of the opening range, 15 minutes with a certain amount of volume, maybe up a certain amount, etc. Add some filters in, maybe a price range. How would that work? How would that work if I took every trade that happened and over the last, say, 3 months? And so our back tester will look at that and it'll basically be able to tell you whether or not that would be a good strategy or not, as an example. That is part of our, but that, I would have to say that the majority of our customers do not use that feature. I mean, because it requires a lot of work, because what can happen is you can run it and then you get something that looks not too bad and you'll see an equity curve and all that. But in fact, you can look at our guide. I mean, all that is in the guide. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to look at our guide. And then you can start to try to optimize it. Well, maybe there's a better time period that I should be, during the day that I should be looking at these alerts, or maybe a different price range, maybe a minimum, a different volume, and you can start to tweak these things, run the tester again, and see what happens. As I say, very few of our customers do that, but it is there. It is there. It looks kind of like this. If I ran the back tester on this 10-day daily breakout, so it's called backtest strategy. And so you can say, okay, I want to start at a certain time. I want to end at a certain time. You can have timed exits. You can have some risk management, what sort of exit in terms of dollars or a percent, put in a stop loss, all of that. And this is what I mean, and well, advanced. But when you run it, I'll just do it. I'll just show you what it looks like. Rarely do we run these during the day because it takes up a lot of resources. But I'll just show you what it looks like. Okay. So what it's saying is, if you started out with $50,000, it ran through the last, I think it was, I think I have 3 months, total of 206 trades, 45% win rate. I don't get too hung up on the win rate because you could have, a lot of small, okay, a lot of small losses and some big gainers. So anyway, but this is what it would look like, and here's your equity curve. And now this is what I was saying about the optimization. And I don't do any of this. Okay, I don't have the time. But you can kind of see here this is the price range that I was looking at, and something might stick out and say, wow, okay, anything under $17 or $18 doesn't look that good, but anything from 18 to 35 looks a lot better. I'm looking at this total, not there's nothing that was negative here as an example, but there weren't that many trades. Okay, so I mean, there's all, you don't want to get into curve fitting. Maybe you look at the time of day. Maybe there was a better time of the day. You can see right off the bat here, right off the bat, at between 9:30 and 9:44 was obviously the best time. So you would look at this and go, well, I'm gonna just run this from 9:30 to 9:44, and after that, I'm not taking any trades. 76 trades. That's not terrible, but every other time period was basically nothing was either negative or very low, as an example. But there's so many other things you can, other filters that you can use to optimize. I mean, look, here they all are. This is what I'm saying. This is so, so advanced. That's in essence what the AI goes through. Okay, it has a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and then some of them make the cut. Making the cut meaning they had the proper win percentage and profit target, not profit target, win percentage and win loss ratio. But that is something that most of our customers don't do, but that is part of the premium service. And again, the main reason is that it takes a lot of time to do it. But you know what? There are people out there that are just sort of, I'll call them sort of nerdy like that, and they've got the time and they love to play around with something. I used to do it, when I first started at Trade Ideas as a customer, but I just don't have the time anymore. Because the problem with it is that you can create a strategy that looks pretty good, and then it might work not too badly for a few days, and then all of a sudden you're getting these alerts and you're taking the trades, and it's looking terrible. You have to kind of go back to the drawing board and tweak, maybe tweak it again. What you saw there was between 9:30 and 9:45 as an example in that particular one. Well, maybe 4 days from now, that could be the worst time period. I mean, the market changes all the time. And then sometimes, no matter how you optimize it, it just doesn't look good anymore. So you have to kind of scrap it for a while and, to try something else. And there you have it. All right, now I can start to look at nerds again and RDS again. How is it looking? Okay, guys, I think this could start to go. I mean, there's the two, there, like the VWAP, it's showing here in purple on my 15-minute chart. It's because we're using pre-market data, but here at 9:15, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. I'm just wanting to see if it can really hold that VWAP. If it gets like 1922 on the bid, that might get me into it. Because remember, it hit a high of 20 this morning before it pulled back. So what I'm looking at right now, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So I'm looking for maybe get a bid in the 19, 20, 21, clear that VWAP a little bit more. Because this has had a tremendous run at when the market opened, from 1761 up to 20, just a tremendous run. And to boot, hey, look, guys, sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart, sort of. I got a big chart up to show you what I'm talking about. Well, here's a little uptrend right there. Those two green candles. There's a red candle. Not to be a true red bar ignored. This should have been totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But if it's not, I think that the bottoming tail, I will say that's almost better. So you have this little pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. Okay. Now we don't know for how long, but that is sort of the idea of a red bar ignored, an uptrend, a pause, and then a continuation. It's called by different names, but we in this room call this a red bar ignored. And I suppose the good news is that you've got these little bottoming tails here. Again, what does it mean? Well, the sellers knocked it down. Buyers closed it higher. Did the same thing here. They did not knock it down as much. But anytime you see a series of bottoming tails in a row, again, what does it mean? The sellers are in control for a while, but then the buyers step in and close it higher. Of course, we've got the reverse when you've got huge topping tails. Buyers are enthusiastic, but the sellers knock it down. Buyers try again. There we go. There we go. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if this has any sort of chance. The next high looking left is 1953. Yes, I'm in this one now, so let's see if it has any sort of chance. And my stop will basically be, I don't want to see it get underneath that VWAP again. So, this could happen. I mean, it could get stopped out very quickly. But, there's the VWAP at 1915. All right, just watching it. It's had earnings yesterday, so that was the reason for the big pop yesterday. Okay, had earnings yesterday, the big pop yesterday, and today's, well, we call this a continuation earnings play. At least I call it that. Okay, just watching. Yeah, put a price alert. Just maybe I'll try to induce it upwards. There we go. See how easy that is, guys? All you have to do is just put a price alert above it and it'll go. And I am kidding, okay? Just in case. Well, maybe I'm not kidding. Wow, look at it go now, guys. All right. Now I'm doing a protective. I'm selling some in this area here because the next high is 952, 1952. So understanding in at 1922 with about a 7-cent stop. Okay, so a 2 to 1 would be 1936. So I'm obviously way above that. I got it. Okay, guys. Well, I mean, if you followed, again, I don't make any recommendations. I just show you what I'm looking at, kind of what my plan would be. If you're listening to me, if it makes sense to you, then you can follow along. If not, if it doesn't meet your trading plan or style, then you just don't do it. We all have different styles. So again, if you're in this one, just be totally aware of that high right there, that 1952. I mean, it looks like it might want to take it out, but you got, if you look at that now, guys, see how it just dropped? Meanwhile, yeah, Man U on the move also. I'm not in this one. Wow, this is a great. So here we go. So Qatari Royals say they're planning to a GB, so 5 billion. Must be, I don't know what currency that is exactly, but so this is very different now, guys, because when the rumor came out a couple of days ago, and then all of a sudden the stock fell badly. It was because the rumor was that they were only going to take a piece of it. But now this looks like, is this the whole thing? But remember, this is said to plan, said to plan. This is not, coming directly from whoever is, heading the Qatari Royals. Okay. So just remember that. Still a rumor until it isn't. What got me to take the Nerds trade? Well, it was super active early on, so this was on my watch list, from day one, from all day, right? Um, and so, I was aware of where the VWAP was, and I said, well, if it can take out the VWAP, I want to know about it. That's what I thought it was, the British pound. I really did think that. So 5 billion doesn't seem enough. So anyway, yeah, I was totally aware of where the VWAP was, so that's what I kept saying. I want to see it take out the VWAP, which it did, and then I wanted to see it get a bid of about 19, 20, 21, which it did. And because it hit this high, of $20, and it was an earnings play yesterday. So to me, it was, the second day continuation on earnings, so decent volume. So that was the reason. And that's, in speaking about trading in the afternoon, that's why I like trading in the afternoon. Some of these things they set up later on. If you miss this initial move, which I'm sure a lot of people did. I did because I wasn't, I just wasn't paying attention to my. I was doing other things on this 10-day daily breakout. But nonetheless, but just because you miss this initial move, here's the big pullback. It can set up in another way. So with a 7-cent stop, a 7-cent stop and moving now 30 cents. I mean, you're almost, it's over a 4-to-1, 1-to-4 risk reward. I mean, so that's pretty darn good, in my opinion. So even though you think, oh man, I missed this and I can never get back into it, well, here you go. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this. You can run a history of alerts with the standard version. Yes, build. So for instance, if I want to do a history of this one, the 10-day daily breakout, I mean, this has been an astonishing one today. Both of these, the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout. Let me just want to cut off this guy who's talking to me in my ear. um, I was just going to show you. I mean, look at CYH, guys. I mean, this has been probably the best percentage move today. 640 was the alert, and it got up to 804. This was early on, I'm just going to go through them quickly. AM. 256 was the alert. It got up to 373 before it pulled back. This is the killer for me. FSLY 1433 on the alert, got up to 17, 18. I don't think Ribbon did anything, or BBN. 175. I'm sorry, 475. So it's kind of hanging there. So this may have a late day move. I mean, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. I mean, the next high in the weekly is 574. This could have a move. Sarah, SERA, 250 on the alert at 10:21. This is the time of the alert. And, you would have had to probably suffer through a bit of a pullback. Look at ribbon right now, guys, RBBN right now, as we speak. I was showing you, there it is right there. So Sarah, sorry, at 250, it got up to 314. I mean, a great percentage moves. IREN 440, got up to 529. This is one that I did take. It didn't do, incredibly well, but OPCH 2955, it got up to 2984, so it carved a little bit out of it. And here's Nerds. Now, Nerds was a very late alert. Okay, but who knows? Maybe it'll take out that 1976. On the downside, look at this one, OGN. This was a short. So this, the program's not all about just going long if you don't want to. Here's a short, 2674 down to 2470. I don't know what Toast did, 2062, and it got down to 1955 before it pulled up again. So you want to do a history on it. Who asked the question? Can you run a history of alerts? Yes. So you can do history. Yeah, it's just a right click history. That's simple. So you can do a history of today or yesterday, or you pick a time frame. Okay. That is part of the standard service. So Luis, here's the problem with the when you say what are the parameters to pay attention to create your watch list, okay? Everybody is going to be different. Okay. I'm a momentum type trader. I like to see stocks near the high, even though, obviously that other one was not, NERS was not near the high of the day, but it was setting up in a way that I liked it. But I'm typically a momentum trader. I'm looking at things near the high of the day. And then from a pattern, if it breaks out and I look left and I see lots of room on the daily or the weekly chart, room meaning like if I look here on the weekly chart, on Nerds, I see the next high is 2398. That's obviously far enough away from 1953. What I try to do is take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock may not keep going higher. And that all I do then is I look left on a daily chart. If I can't see any candles on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly. Okay. And if I can't see anything on the weekly, well, I will look at a monthly, but I rarely have to do that. But some are more pullback players, maybe pulling back to the VWAP, maybe pulling back to a moving average. This is why you got to practice, to create your own style. When you're new to trading, you don't know what your style is. I understand. I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader when I first started trading, but it started just to make sense to me. Seeing strong stocks near the high of the day or weak stocks near the low of the day. And then looking left, is there room? I mean, I tried to create a very simple way of trading that made sense to me. But there were people out there that hate that. They'd say, no, I don't want to do that. I want to play a pullback, to a certain moving average or maybe to the VWAP. So there's no right or wrong way to create your watch list. Okay. Now, setting up a price alert on a chart is simple. If all I have to do is go to the chart. So I'm on the Nerds 15-minute chart, and I just move the pointer. You see there's a dotted line that appears on the chart. So I just set it wherever I want. So if I want to get a price alert at the high of that previous candle, I just set it there, right click, and create price alert. So if I've eyeballed it correctly, but if I hadn't, I mean, it says 1964, but if I wanted it to be 1970, I would just change it. I typically don't put any notes in. You can if you want to, but I just say save and that's it. Okay. So it's really simple and it's very quick. And so what happens is a blue line will appear on your chart. If it hits that price, this is what's going to happen. Here's my price alerts window. You see it right down here. Hopefully you can see it right there. There's the last alert that I created. If it happens, what will happen is, because I minimize this window, if I get the price alert, this window is going to pop up on my screen. I'm going to see, I sort it on the triggered time. So I'm going to see the last alert right at the top. I don't have to search around for it. I can even put a sound alert on this, so that I will not miss it. In other words, because what you can do with Trade Ideas is you can put different sound alerts on different windows. So when you get an alert, you know which window to look at. And I do this because I would never miss this if I'm sitting here, but every now and then I wander off and I've got a wireless headset. So, if I hear the sound alert that is this one, I come racing back in and then I can see what's happening. But I just minimize it and let's see if it takes it out. So what I'll do actually, I'll bracket it. I just want to show you how it. I'll put it 1954. So I bracketed this price alert or right around the current price. Hopefully it moves one way or the other, and you'll see what I mean. The anticipation. I would pick the time where it's not moving very much. I mean, it's only just bracketed at pennies on either side. Almost there. You can just see it. And when the price alert happens, then that blue line will turn green. You can see on my daily chart, you can see a bunch of green lines. Those are all price alerts that I said earlier, and they all triggered. There we go. Thank you. So see how it popped up on my screen? Cannot miss it. And right at the top here, I can see. So now at this point, see, that's why you don't have to stare at the chart anymore. You don't have to stare. You just let the alert happen and move on and do something else. When you get the alert, you just click on it on the symbol. The chart, well, if I had been on another chart, then this chart will load. And then I make up my mind. Do I want to trade it still? And remember, and there we go. Now look what happened. See, it moved up through that price alert, and then it moved down to the one on the lower part. So this could be over now, guys. If you're in this one, this could be over. The reason why is we're getting these topping tails now. Remember, I was talking about bottoming tails. Now we're getting these topping tails. So the buyers were moving it higher, but the sellers moved it down on that candle. Buyers tried again. Sellers are knocking it down. And, as always, all day long, there's a war between the buyers and the sellers. And eventually, you get enough topping tails or bottoming tails, one side will give up for a while anyway and say, here, you can have it. You can have it for a while. I mean, why the buyer is going to knock themselves out trying to, get this higher when the selling keeps coming in? Eventually, the buyers will just give up for a while. And remember, we've got the simulator right there that you can practice trading. All you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, and you can practice taking trades, figuring out your style. Okay, guys, so I'm getting close to wrapping this day up. I'll probably shut the room down around 3:20. So before I go, I'll just go over my homepage one last time. And of course, if there are any questions, I'll always stick around if there's some questions. And yeah, remember, this room is like this, 8 a.m. to 3:20 approximately. So you can always ask questions. We also have between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And, they have different takes on the market than I do. You can ask them questions. So we do our level best to support the product as best we can. It's not a matter of just taking the a subscription and then, you're completely on your own. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, this is what you'll see. So there's the Pres 25 for 25% off, first month only or the entire year. That'll be good, obviously, until next week, President's Day. I'm in Canada, but I know your President's Day is on Monday. We actually get a holiday in Canada in certain provinces on Monday also. Um, so you just click on that. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started, the Getting Started. It runs you through your first startup, their download and install, your first startup and login, what the toolbar is all about. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos. Mandatory you do that. And again, if you're new to Trading 101, this was created by one of our traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss. So this is not third party. And I always say that because people worry, this is a third party. I'm going to inundate it with nonsensical claims. No, this is created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, free. Okay. Series of videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, another free service. You'll get sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And again, big education section with our user guide, etc. And here are my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. These two races right there. These are right here. The beautiful 10-day daily breakout and down right here. That momentum scan that I was showing you. Halts resumes. Not so much a scan. It's more, it just tells you, when a stock is halted and when it resumes. So, you know what I'm going to say next. If you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then you can use that promo code. This is a free room, so the room will get credit for the subscription, and I get a little piece of it. Also, if you save my link, then you can look up my scans and the education section anytime you want. So how is that lunar doing? I hope it's $40 for you, Shady. Not quite. Okay, 33.80, 30. Wow. Okay, so there's your. So you got a very wide stop. Okay, which makes sense. Something this frothy. New issue yet 2 days ago. I'd be. Of course, the VWAP is at just at 30, so it looks like a pretty good stop right there. You don't want to see it take out the VWAP in any great way. All right, SCPH is a very late one. You usually don't get too many like this. Oh, actually, it was 12:46. I thought it was just happening. Okay. Well, like another one. I mean, remember, these are ideas. These are not like strategies. I don't want to call these strategies. These are ideas. The program is called Trade Ideas. So I put this idea together. I want to see the alerts, and then I make up my mind. Okay. So it's not like it's a back tested strategy. But look at this one, even this one, SCPH, the alert at 9:49, pretty late at 12:46. And before it pulled back, it got up to 968, not bad, pulled back and then got up to 987 from 949. These are big, big percentage moves. And why we don't get too many, there's actually quite a few in the 10-day daily breakouts. But the reason why we don't get too many alerts is because of this filter right there, where the current volume is at least 8. That means that it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to the time of day when you get the alert. So, I mean, that's, pretty abnormal activity then, volume wise. So, usually they'll be very liquid. Okay, Mike, what was the issue? What was oh, I know what was happening. Yeah, now I understand what was happening. We were having a real, yeah, a problem. You were trying to submit a ticket, right? It was a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday? Yeah, this was something that you see, we're undergoing we're changing our website, and unfortunately, we do stuff like that. There's something that was not considered or not. I don't want to mean it wasn't checked. I mean, they're always checking things, but there's so many different ways of little link that can just get broken that you're not aware of. But I thank you for your patience. Mike C, yes, goodbye in our YouTube room. Man U's not over, guys. Man U's just making a new high now. Another new high. Man U. So an opening bid. Okay, so who knows? Maybe somebody else comes along. Maybe Elon comes around. That was the crazy rumor. Yeah, I'm the guinea pig too, Ray. I am the guinea pig, with all the new builds. I don't get involved in, of course, the website stuff, but all this stuff you see here, yeah, I am the guinea pig. I'm the biggest user of the program, every day, 6, 7 hours a day. So I'm the biggest user of the program. But for instance, our new charts, I can't use them because it just caused it to freeze up on me. So I cannot guinea pig that. All right, guys, I'm getting set to wind this down. Again, any questions? Any last minute questions? And don't be shy. I don't have to go, but I usually it just sort of dries up right now, so that's when I take off. But if there are any questions, I'll always stick around. And tomorrow begins the 3-day weekend. William's favorite time, a 3-day weekend. All right, I do. Okay, let's take a look at lunar. This could have, this could go. Nice one, Shady. I mean, this is, yeah, just, it's risky, as you know. That's why you had a very wide stop. I think the problem with a lot of, people want to get into a trade like this and they put their stop way too tight. You're going to get stopped out left and right. So Shady had about a $3 stop over 33.80. So, but nicely done, nicely done, nicely done. What's the spread like? Wow, 37.60, 38.30. So I don't know what you're doing now. Well, $3 stop, so he's into, but again, I don't think he goes into a trade unless he has the potential to make $6 on it. And you look up here, it would almost hit 40, 39.34. So I see why he's doing that. No, well, it's all in proportion. If you were going to, if your account said you could only risk $100 on the trade, then you're going to take, say 30 shares, 33 shares, okay, or so. That's all. But if it does this, $6, that's a $200 profit. So nicely, very nicely done, actually, very nicely done. It just got halted. Oh my gosh, you are going to be buying beers tomorrow for us, Shady. Digital beers. Why? Look at this, guys. If this holds, look at this. Look at this. I have to stick around. See if this opens the way. Look at this, guys. So this is from Interactor Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactor Brokers. And there's the halt. You don't see the symbol, but that is the halt of this lunar, LUNR, 39.73. This is the potential of where it could open, okay? Now, typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 325 plus 18 seconds. Now, you can see this is not written in stone. This is going to change. At the very beginning, it said 50. So what you want now, back up to 49.50. Look at this. Oh, man. I got to hang around. So obviously this is going completely counter to the market. Look at the market. Some big giant red candles here. So this is going completely counter to the market, not carrying at all. Now what, if I were in this, I don't want this to be a 10-minute halt, that's for sure. Google is dropping. Let's take a look at some of the big name stocks like Meta, see if it's doing anything. Yeah, Meta's on the way down. This is a big area. I haven't looked at Meta. The last time I saw Meta was around 200. So yeah, this is a big area to try to hold. And then Amazon, which still can't get over 100, right? Other than that, couple of days, yeah, still under 100. Starting to drop also. But who cares about those? Let's get back to Luna. Yeah, I'm pulling for you, Shady. I know I want this to open at 50 for you. Mm, come on, open for Shady. What time is it now? 325 plus 18 seconds if it's a 15-minute halt. All right, we have now 18 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, okay? You look at the last one, VGAS, 155 plus 43 seconds. Well, this was a 10-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute, it'll be usually a multiple of 5. So I'm going to hope this opens because you don't want this to be too long. Didn't open. The reason why you want this to open is because the longer this takes to open, I mean, this can start to drop. Well, Shady, I'll stick around to 3:30 just to make it a full day for myself. Meanwhile, the short of the day was OGN. and just making another new low. OGN making another new low. And again, why OGN? Well, again, look at this alert right there. OGN shorts 26.74. So this is almost a $2 drop. You had to pull up there. You would have got rid of some certainly in this area. But if you had held on, now it's just trying to make another, well, it's making another new low every time. Even this SWI, man, even this SWI, which was really sleepy, 902 on the alert, 869. I mean, these are not bad percentage moves. I don't think the CVE 1802 on the alert to short, 1802, yeah, it flashed down to 1763. I don't know if you could have ever covered down there. Wow, this is a big sell-off, guys. Market's not liking Manu's takeover. Whoa, how did you JFK? Well, these two candles are just basically wiping out all that good work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, we'll say. 3 hours worth of nice work by the market being wiped out by these two candles. Okay, another minute. If it doesn't open at 3:30, plus that was 15 seconds, I'm going to take off. Okay, Brian. Actually, I'm Barry. My Mike is one of our posters in there. But yeah, have a great night. Also, so far it's a 10-minute halt. And if it is, well, we've got another 15 seconds or so. Let me get this up. Let's see if it opens. Okay, there it is, guys. All right, congratulations, Shady. $45 it is. And maybe more. And maybe more. We could have 100. I'm not, it sounds crazy. I shouldn't say that. I don't want people, piling into this because then I think it just got halted again. No, not quite. I'm sure you're out. You've got to be out. All right, guys. Well, late day excitement. Okay, guys, I'm shutting down now. So again, thanks for all the help. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers now, I'll shut you guys down. Same thing. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.